Welcome, everyone, to another rousing eve or afternoon, depending on where you're viewing, of Dungeons and PhatDogs. We are very grateful for you to be joining us once more for no doubt to be a very interesting adventure with our intrepid 5 adventurers. Now, before we get things kicked off, I do want to go ahead and get any announcements covered for PhatDog Studios. Anthony?
What?
So, how close are we? Announcement number 1. How close are we to remonetization on the gaming channel?
We are at 926. We need to reach 1,000.
So 74 more subscriptions, folks.
Yep, we're in the final push, guys.
All right. Anything else?
What else?
We have a Patreon.
Yeah, we have a Patreon.
We're also well scripted and practiced here.
Stuff
Tony, folks.
And stuff. Subscribe to the various channels. Links.
This is where you try to sell the Patreon.
We have a Patreon. We also have a Discord. It's all in
No.
in the Discord.
Okay, I'll take care of this if you guys are not ready.
Please.
Well, yeah, with $1 you get to do a whole bunch of other stuff on the primary channel a lot faster. With a $10 tier, if you like Fat Dog Wrestling, you can have a wrestler, and hopefully something cool will happen. Just be aware, it's all AI controlled, so we don't know if it's going to be a good fight or not.
It's going to be a fight. Discord
has a whole bunch of stuff. Very soon, shortly, we hopefully will be getting back to doing Final Fantasy related things. So, being on the Discord will let you be more in the know on when we're up on the game.
Yeah.
Get your finger on the throbbing vein of PhatDog Studios and its goings-ons.
Yep.
$50 tier. You get a bunch of cool early access stuff, and if you so choose, you can send a picture of yourself and have your likeness made into a character that will appear in Check, our original series.
Do not steal.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and everything you guys are doing with the Patreon right now, it helps us with our Bridge series, but it's also helping us with our original work that is coming very soon. Things are progressing very fast. Thank you all for your help.
Additionally, if you're fucking bananas crazy and you want to do the $100 tier, that's the executive producer tier. And that basically gets you ground level access to everything. Mm-hmm. Meaning, you want to know how Log Horizon ends? If you're so inclined, you get to fucking know. You want to see all of the stuff before it's ready for the public? Prime example would be like, we bring in the executive producers a lot when we are finishing scripting sessions and kind of do little once-overs and kind of give them an idea of what the direction is going. And then if they want to see stuff before the editing is to our expectations for a public release, they can also do that. It's just basically your ground level floor, and you get to see all of the... Why is Google... Okay.
You're Charlie in the chocolate factory, essentially.
Uh-oh. What about Google? Did something happen on my screen?
Yeah, you had Google open for a moment.
Uh-oh! That is an immediate problem. Why did switching screens change anything?
You know, it didn't switch screens. You opened a new tab.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Silly Darkon.
You silly moose.
Are you certain about that? I'm gonna... What is it on right now? Alright.
The D&D.
Okay, good. Just double checking.
All right. Do we have any?
That's pretty much everything.
Okay. Well-oiled machine, folks.
Oh yeah, we're very well-oiled.
Okay. Studio announcements aside, let's get back down to the fantasy nitty and gritty and see what no doubt will be some hilarious hijinks and insanity our group will get into today.
At the moment, we're short 2 members. That may change later on if one of them wakes up.
Yes, Carson and Doger are sadly going to be unable to attend. Carson is currently working. Doger is currently MIA, so he may pop in like a magic trick. You never know. So stay tuned for that exciting development.
We'll make a Doger appear.
Yeah, anyway, quick recap before we get things started out today. So last time we had our previous session, bit of a while ago, fairly simple but rather significant events did transpire. Our group, having initially been dispatched within Bexley to help scout a section of the town to try and round up any remaining citizens that were they're trying to corral back to the town square, due to some rather unpleasant demonic attacks that had recently been escalating. Their venture, successful in returning back to the town square, events did escalate, and not in a pleasant way. An abrupt attack of undead and some demonic forces began falling upon the town square, and our group, keeping the forces held back, managed to rescue the majority, if not the entirety, of the Bexley the civilian populace, as your compatriot Maldos managed to hold open a portal long enough to get hopefully everyone through. The current trip through said portal brought them into an office of some sort, with everyone rather confused, and a rather confused elven woman exclaiming what the heck they're doing in her office. So we continue. Anyway, as the I should probably change maps. Well, old machine. There we go. Ignore that.
I am glad that I was hella zoomed in.
Okay. So ignore that again. So the tingling sensations slowly fade as that odd sensation of teleportation finally ends. Everyone's thankfully gone through the portal. Everyone, Captain Millicent, Castle Captain Belric, Malados, thankfully, although currently passed out, soaked in sweat from his exertion. Townfolk mulling about, murmuring some faint cries. Everyone just thankful to be somewhere safe, hopefully. And a very perplexed looking elven woman in rather nice crimson robes looks at you from a sizable and rather well-made mahogany desk, and promptly raises an eyebrow and asks once again, "I ask you again, how in the heck did you get into my office?"
So, kind of at this point, I'm going to see if I can find Maldos.
Oh, Malados is passed out.
Fuck.
Yeah, he had maintained the portal to evacuate the entire town for a long time, and without a teleportation circle, that is very taxing. And he is currently soaked with sweat.
In that case, semi on purpose, I'm going to say out loud, "Malados, where did you send us?" "Oh, right."
Did you say Malados?
Has it been a full minute since we've gone through the portal?
No, you just came through the portal.
Okay.
So you're still,
However,
whatever happened to you.
The mention of...
So I currently can make no sound.
Yeah, Jinx is currently mute, completely and utterly. The mention of Malados does pique a spark of recognition in this woman's eyes. Real quick though, I do want, I think Aurelia and probably Jinx make a history check.
Okay.
Millicent and Belloc are currently stepping forward and apologizing and trying to bring things back under control amid these still somewhat alerted and alarmed townsfolk.
Makes sense.
Okay, Jinx, you have no idea who this person is. Aurelia, however, a spark of familiarity does register in your mind as looking at the elven woman. You do actually somewhat recall that you don't know her name, but you know she's High Arcanist something of the Trist Academy, which is a rather well-known magical academy located in Artelia. So with that information, you get the idea that somehow you teleported into the office of the High Arcanist of the Trist Academy. And was currently having a rather heated discussion with Guard Captain Belric and Millicent.
Oh. So we're still in our... Okay, so we're over in Artilia.
Yep, you're currently, for all you know, you're in the Trist Academy. You're not sure where
Well,
that's
we're back
oriented
over
within
here again,
Artelia.
guys.
Mm.
Also, green on green is annoying to see, but we're over here.
Very much so. And you're definitely a number of miles back from Bexley. The current events of the attack are unknown. Mercy upon any guards who are unfortunate to potentially be left behind, as they no doubt are being subjected to a rather unfortunate fate. Eventually, though, Guard Captain Millicent and Guard Captain Belwick do return, and rather haggard from their wounds, but persisting as you all are, fortunately. Guard Captain Millicent gives a heavy sigh. Okay, luckily, Hyacinist, is it Mirabelle? Yes, she is understanding and apparently has a history with Maldos. She's willing to help us get the citizenry of Bexley sorted back out to Artelia to hopefully get them aid. So presently, I think she's rather interested in getting us out of her office. So if you could just help get everyone out and towards, looks like those double doors over there. And she gestures towards a rather large, like 10 feet tall, arched doorways of just this deep red wood with like polished steel bands binding it together.
All right. Well, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over to the double doors and start saying, all right, this place is too small. Everybody quietly, calmly shuffle over this way. And
Yeah,
I swing the
as
doors
well.
open.
And I'll go like hell, I ain't sticking here. I'm gonna get out of here.
You see Jinx in the corner with her top and bottom lip, respectively, pinched between her left and right hand, trying to make her mouth work.
It should be a minute and like 2 seconds by now.
Oh, it's been a minute by now.
Okay.
So just like picking up from a track after you paused it, words abruptly start vomiting out of your mouth once more.
Which are... What were you saying to try and word?
What?
You were saying... You wouldn't just be saying sounds, would you?
Oh, right. Yeah, so eventually it starts, her mouth starts working, and she was just in the middle of screaming, or in her head, and it just happens to come out. I swear to God, if my mouth doesn't work, I will fucking set everything on fire!
Well, now it does, and now you don't have to do that.
Well,
Everyone looks over to you with visible concern.
yeah, Leaf just fucking face palms and just...
And Jinx goes, oh, good, now I don't have to set anything on fire. And just kind of skips out.
Yeah, you definitely left an impression there.
Leaf looks over at Aurelia and is like, can we get a muzzle for her, please?
Hierarchus Millicent will remember that. So it's a little tight, but eventually everyone does manage to file out of Hierarchus Mirabelle's office. Captain Millicent and Captain Belric are standing behind to discuss a few final things, but they eventually do follow as well as the doors close heavily once more, and you're all brought into, compared to that office space. Apologies, there was an entry into chat. As you exit onto the office space, it opens up immediately to this very, very wide open, almost like unnervingly wide open. I forget the term, but inner courtyard. I don't know what that term for indoor areas is, but
not foyer, but yeah.
Yeah, like a rather large foyer, and it almost seems to be like a nexus point for multiple forms of passage, as in 5 points around this circular room there's looks to be hallways, and you see individuals milling to and fro, all of them adorned in some form of attire that would be befitting to a person who pursues the arcane arts, and everyone holding, essentially think Hogwarts, tomes, parchment, that sort of thing. And they're understandably perplexed when all of these citizens start pouring out of what is essentially the headmaster's office of a very renowned arcane academy.
Oh.
And fortunately, the citizenry is not left to be completely by themselves, as Captain Bellerick and Captain Millicent seem to have gotten the directions to get everyone out of the academy and begin guiding everyone towards what looks to be a rather large set of stairs currently going downwards. Kind of imagine like in like those big fancy matches, that big wide central staircase that kind of comes down into the foyer. It's kind of like that when it starts going downwards. And
I was hoping it'd be like Harry Potter.
it might be, who knows? But yeah, just goes down to a normal staircase.
So as everyone starts coming out, and the floor is a little more visible with less feet on it, do I notice a magical circle in the room where we came from?
This is recalling memory just based on your passive perception.
No. This is just me looking if there is a magic circle on the floor where we came from.
Yeah, you mean from High Arcanist Mirabelle's office?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
God,
I know.
we were in her office. I doubt so, but what in the world?
Well, she did exclaim, "How did you get in my office?" So.
Mm-hmm. In that case, there's probably no magic circle, which means that he did a teleportation spell with no circle to bounce off of. He went from memory. Holy crap! Yeah. I think I'm wise enough in wizardry to know that was a gamble. We could have been who knows where.
Yeah, you don't recall seeing anything. There were large bookshelves and some magical runes and glyphs like put on parchment hanging from the walls, but there wasn't any dedicated teleportation circle with the needed anchor points and in runes and sigils.
In that case, Aurelia sweats in relief.
Yeah, and speaking of sweating, Malados is currently being carried by guard captains Millicent and guard captain Millicent, as Bellarg is currently taking the lead. And as you are eventually escorted further down, the large staircase, it splits and goes into these two spirals that somewhat like the I forget the actual term from Harry Potter, but the living staircases in Harry Potter, is that what they were called? The living staircases? But in that, it's just this very massive, vertical corridor of these numerous doors. As these staircases, they have these offshoots that just curve with no supports, but they seem to carry the individuals walking on them just fine. And there's just that din of just general, academic murmur, pierced by the more exhausted and exacerbated groans and pants and whimpers of the beleaguered citizenry of Bexley. And right now I need I want everyone to make a perception check.
Okay.
Now you have to bear with me because I currently have to also roll for 2 additional characters. I should have gotten there.
Hey, I got an extra 1 this time.
Uncle, there we go. Leaf. So Jinx with a 9. Me with a 7. Okay, 11, not bad. Okay, let's see. Uncle is 6.
Oh.
Jeez, okay.
Uncle sees clearly through the legs of all the people.
Yeah, I'll say, like, Uncle being at, like, knee and, like, hip level with everyone, man, just to have, those special eyes.
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. If they're going down fucking stairs, Leaf is probably, like, freaking the fuck out on how to go down the stairs with deer legs.
It's definitely a challenge, but, yeah. So, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not having you try and find some sort of trap. Leaf, you do manage to spot something, and Uncle definitely spots something. You do, both of you manage to spot, as Captain Millicent is currently, like, not carrying, like, bridal style, but, like, with like, a fireman style over her shoulders. You hear him gently murmuring something to himself, and, this son of a gun is not truly passed out. He is just... He's just awake.
He's just like pretending to be asleep at this point.
And Uncle just murmurs, "That son of a bitch." Yeah. As you continue, it takes about 5-10 minutes, not so much for the complexity of the passage, but more just the fact that it's likely the first time anybody in this group has ever been in the Trist Academy. And Aurelia, you certainly feel it, and even you, Jinx, because the Trist Academy, it's a fairly well-known academy. There is just that tingle of like academic excitement for the fact there is a lot of knowledge hidden here, and you generally need a very, either a very high accolade to or a very strong reference to get into this academy. So it's almost like gazing into the walls of Harvard in a way. But
yeah, I imagine these people rejected Jinx as she no doubt tried to get enrolled here.
You do recall, requesting multiple letters be sent to the Trist Academy, and strangely, none of them had a response to them.
Yeah, that's not at all surprising.
Unfortunately.
Leaf is kind of just like big building.
I'm impressed that you managed to even get a letter sent to them. If you did.
Well,
the letter was sent. Whether or not it was readable.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I meant
Yeah,
I meant address. But yeah, keep going.
But yeah, so eventually you do come to pass, through the main entryway of the Trist Academy, which it's almost not exactly like church-like, but it has just that the presentory grandness of it, to where you likely, if you were coming in, it just kind of displays the impressiveness of the academy itself. There's tabards lining the walls of this 20-foot high space with nothing else obscuring it, and it's definitely a hint of opulence to this space as you eventually do come to leave the Trist Academy and begin then walking on thin air, much to the alarmed shouts of the people of Exley. Beneath your feet, though, a faint shimmer of purplish arcane energy does faintly register, and you do see around what looks to be a rather large tower. Think a wizard's tower cranked up to 10. Is currently residing pretty much like hovering above Shimmersill Lake, which Martelli rests beside, and it looks like you're walking on thin air, but further like 10 or 20 feet from where you enter, there do look to be stone platforms orbiting, not like orbiting spacious wise, but basically encircling around the current academy. But the experience is definitely a shock to all of you. You are eventually brought to what looks to be a teleportation circle, again, just amplified, as this looks to be something that could teleport a large crowd, and likely, could be used for such. However, a second similar pad beside you, there resides this massive, large, boat-like construct with these rather large crystals bordering it in like a upper right, upper left in a square pattern along its outer perimeter. And you realize you're not stepping on a teleportation circle. You're currently standing on what is an airship landing pad, and the captain of the airship, currently speaking with Castle Captain Belric, looks rather irked. But eventually, you start seeing the people of Bexley walking towards this airship, looking confused, but slowly getting on it. And it's a sizable ship. It's like the size of a galleon. So pretty decent to fit everyone on. All right. So as you get on, it takes a few moments for the airship to rise up in the air. This faint hum as the four crystals, basically lining the outside in these four cardinal directions, hum to life in this brilliant cayenne blue. You do rise into the air with no propellers, no like air balloons, just simply a ship literally moving through air. And you do spot vaguely off in the distance, because of your increased height, visible plumes of smoke and blackish smoke from the town of Bexley. So, and which does put a bit of a bittersweet pill in the back of your mouth. The trip is pretty quick. Fortunately, you all are treated to the Gold District as you come to an airship port, which it's not large. It's maybe 4 or 5 other landing pads, and compared to the Bronze and Silver districts that you've been in, this is a very opulent space. The only other space seeming to be higher in this tiered city system being the Diamond District, which is pretty much the castle in and of itself. And Captain Millicent and Captain Belric look around and then glance over to you. And Belric, having a sigh, well, I need to return to the castle and report the current events in Bexley. I don't know if you can be granted full or unfettered access to the Golden District, but present to them this coin, and they'll likely look the other way. But I highly advise, once you're done with your business in the Gold District, to return to the Silver District and.
Oh, you mean where all the zombies are? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
What?
What?
Take-
Anthony.
Huh?
Anthony, we
What?
escaped from Bexley
Yes.
to
This is-
Aurelia.
Excellent.
No.
Bexley's all the way over here.
Never
I
mind.
Bex-
established y'all were in
I
the
didn't-
Tristic.
okay, I got confused. I didn't.
Yeah,
Interesting.
the Bronze, Silver, and Gold districts were an Aurelia thing, not a Bexley thing.
Yes, it's like a tiered city system: bronze, silver, gold, diamond.
Yeah.
And you're currently in the Gold District, which is essentially.
Oh, I
the
don't
upper
remember there being a
class.
diamond. Ooh.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the castle, so there's not really much. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so essentially, you're given a day in the Gold District, and while the citizens of Bexley, they seem largely more interested to just, get to relative familiarity, and are largely just, moved through to the Silver District to be with comforts that they're more familiar with. The insignia that Castle Captain Belric handed you is pretty much the insignia of the Artelian Castle Guard, and pretty much as he described it, like a day pass. And presently, there's a very high-end shops in the Golden District, the kind where you find master craftsmen. The only others who could probably surpass them are like dedicated, supreme masters of the craft, like dedicated dwarven smiths or elven enchanters, and the like in there. And there also seems to be an Emerald Festival going on. Various posters and flyers being placed around the various space and posts, listing. It's kind of like a state fair in a way, just not as large, but think like in a like a town park kind of thing. So those are some options for you. But presently, you can return to the Silver District to recuperate. You can enjoy some pleasures of the Golden District. There are some, not towns and inns, but like very high-end hotels and the sort in the Golden District. So you are currently still banged up and bruised from your venture. You're not rested. So that's your current available options to you right now. I don't know about you guys, but I could really go for a drink. I didn't really get banged up, but y'all are well, I mean,
It's mostly Leaf.
yeah, it's mostly you. I say we enjoy a nice drink and heal a bit. I mean, I've never been up to this district in the Gold District, and I'll keep my hands in my pockets. I
don't
promise.
believe you.
Yeah, so like your position, you got options. You want to go rest? You want to check out the Emerald Festival? There are shops. You can ask around. There is a very well known.
Is it right
Pardon?
now? What time of day is it?
It is currently not noon, but like 3 o'clock equivalent, so afternoon.
Okay.
You got plenty in the day. Yeah, it's not like the day's currently ending, so there's still the energy is still get up about, enjoy the day. The comparatively morose and negative energy in Bexley, it's a rather jarring. Again, it's not here. It's almost like a paradigm shift, and is oddly almost detached feeling. Even though obviously it's not the modern age, events are going to take a bit to relay to Artelia.
All right, so Jinx is gonna try and sneak back into the magic place.
Okay. You flew from the magic place, which was levitating in the air over Shimmersilt Lake. You flew there on an airship down to the Golden District of Artelia. Are you saying you're going to try and sneak back on an airship, hoping it's going to go to the Trist Academy?
Maybe.
Make a stealth check.
Why are we doing this?
I'm humoring.
No, why are we doing this? Why do we need to go back to the Trist Academy?
Because Jinx is stupid.
Really, you have a feeling because the Trist Academy is a well-known source of arcane knowledge, might be the reason Jinx is wanting to go. Jinx, you start sneaking back towards the
God,
essentially
the comedy music is on.
Yeah, you start sneaking back towards the airship landing pads, and it's a little busy. Some ships getting ready to take off, and you find one that looks like it could fit you. And I mean, the ship came from Trist, so surely these ships are probably going there too, right? And trying to sneak in among crates being shipped in, you are promptly found and kindly escorted out of the airship field.
Did Jinx get a good look at the what's her face check, the headmaster?
Hierarchus Mirabelle?
Yeah.
Good luck in one sense. You could deduce she was an elven woman, dressed in fine crimson robes, and likely very accomplished.
Okay.
You really didn't have enough time to really sit down and give her a good scan to determine any more details, so she's an elf lady who's likely really good at magic. She was wearing a very fancy robe, and there were a lot of big books in that office, and lots of big scrolls. Big stuff means big magic, right?
Yeah.
Man, when this music was used,
I don't hear anything.
turn your fucking volume up then.
I have it up.
Maybe an issue on your client's end, then, Seth.
Yeah, I hear it just fine.
But yeah, so that how Jinx aside, again, Jinx is kindly but firmly escorted out of the airship field, and the rest of the group, you do see Jinx being escorted back to the entrance of the airship field, back towards the main road that leads to it.
No, I belong there. I'm magic.
What is she trying to do now?
Hey, what the fuck? Why is there no goddamn music playing?
I stopped it this time.
Leaf
The
just
hijinks were over.
yeah.
Could you play anything for testing purposes, please?
Thank you.
Leaf just goes over and says, I'm so sorry, and grabs her and is like, come on, let's go.
Fucking Jinx looks back at the guards who escorted her, give them a very stern look, and goes, "I'll be back," and does the eye fingers to eyes, looking back and forth at them.
It doesn't seem like they pay too much attention, if at all, noticed that. Sadly.
Oh, they will.
Yeah, they're currently patrolling an area, so not really watching over in your direction. But I mean, they'll get it eventually.
I'm doing a perception check.
For
I am going to be looking around, trying to get a good look at someone important looking.
You're probably gonna see a lot of that.
No,
Okay, can you
specifically in guard attire, someone who looks important.
Well, you do see Guard Captain Belleric walking now fairly far away down one of the main roads towards the Diamond District. Aside from that, there's just City Guard, whom have slightly nicer regalia, their tabards they're wearing. They're of a slightly richer, bluish hue with the Artelian crest, kind of in silver inlaid. You're getting the feeling like being a guard in the Golden District is essentially that's the cushy job.
Bastards.
Yeah, aside from Castle Captain Belric, there doesn't seem to be anyone of major rank. You're pretty much out in like the normal streets, and they're nicer. There's solid masonry work for the roads, and they're like dedicated, really fine masonry work. And aside from that, nothing else. Slightly more dense guard presence than in the silver and the bronze districts, but nothing really, sticks out to you. You are eventually approached by a guard. Excuse me. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm going to have to ask you to move along. You don't look like you have any business in the airship field section of the Gold District, and in the Gold District at all. And he looks at you all judgingly.
I'm not even going to talk to this man and flick up the whatever free card yada 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 thing. I forgot what it's called.
And he gives it a look.
The bird.
He gives it a look, looks at you, and just wrinkles his nose. And just walks away. Oh, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit.
Whispered to Aurelia, teacher, can I set him on fire?
Jacob Leaf's like, no.
Can I at least melt him then?
No. Leaf's just like, no.
I think that's a little more fatal.
Also, I like that Puff has an interest in Leaf.
Well,
yes, Puff the Metacockatiel is
Also-
currently...
also, if you're that...
I forgot what its name is, okay? Like,
Cream?
Yeah, Cream is currently cheaping in and enjoying this conversation.
Okay.
Anyway, Aqua does pipe up.
Oh wow, that does not want to
Anyway,
load. Okay, never mind. But yeah,
I want to find a tavern and drink. Shall we?
yeah, I'm gonna go to Jinx and go. If you're looking for a way in, we already effectively know a person. Very clearly, Malados has been in there before.
Malados!
Malados is most certainly your ticket in, and you should do that.
Jinx has a mischievous smile on her face and says, "Right, thank you."
Mm-hmm.
She's got like the cat lip mischievous grin.
Yeah.
what?
Like the sideways 3 look. the cat lip.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, what just happened?
Jinx is gonna essentially found out that Malados is associated with the Trist Academy because Jinx wants to get into the Trist Academy.
Okay.
So more of the same. But Draziel, dressed in nicer looking armor, if not a bit scuffed up, does walk up to one of the guards, and they do seem to at least speak to him with a bit more, not appreciation, but just they put up with him a bit more and
I
tolerate
really
that.
don't like this place.
And well, I mean, like you said, you get the feeling this is where the upper class and creme de la creme lives. So
Yeah,
there's going to be a bit of class.
I don't like this place. It reminds me of home.
Draziel returns. The guards have told me there's a rather nice inn nearby that we can rest at. I do suggest that we wrap our wounds if we need be.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I'm. While there's still plenty of day left for power-wise, I am very exhausted.
Yeah. So, unless there's anything else that y'all wanted to do.
I think resting for would probably be smarter. So, especially for Leaf, there's really not much Leaf can do in his health condition. So
All right. So the path it's relatively short. Another thing with the Gold District is that while it is a higher end, the higher up you go in the districts, the smaller they start to get because each ring is getting more and more condensed in size given the tiered nature of the city. So it's not as spread out given the bronze or silver districts. And the trip you just get a further look at this and fine woodsmanship. Perfectly hewn marble construction. The architecture is just spot on. The streets even have regularly dedicated, not not sewage, but like storm drains. That's it. Like water, water storm drain offage regularly throughout the streets. On the Silver District, that was somewhat common in the more heavily traveled areas, and in the Bronze Districts, you noticed that was rare. So there's definitely a lot more effort put into the well-being infrastructure of this district. And the tavern in question, it certainly doesn't look like a tavern. It looks more like a high-end entertainment house, and not adult entertainment, like legit, like high-class entertainment.
The House of Ladyfingers, you mean?
You get the feeling that may be a portion of it, but there's likely more varied entertainment available. And Jinx, this actually does. This really reminds you of home. Oftentimes these are places of gambling, of vain singers perform here, musicians, that sort of thing. This is where the upper echelons come to rub elbows, exchange know-how. So it pulls back memories, and the feeling is very dependent on your own sensations toward this.
I mean, for Leaf, it's kind of like, it's sort of similar in a way. Like this, it's not like he lived in like this kind of huge like environment and wealth, but like you get what I'm saying. It's really hard for me to explain exactly.
I think
just because he is technically a prince, and
okay, so you're just a higher standard.
So well, kind of some things. Like he is technically like nothing like this, but he's used to like
you're used to the pleasures of a higher class.
Yeah, like being treated, with well, especially when his dad was around, with higher respect and stuff like that. Yeah. When I wanted to say, when Jinx said, God, it reminds me of home, I wanted Leaf to be like, yeah, me too, or something like that. But I didn't get my chance, so...
Gotcha. Well, sorry to push it along, but coming up to this business, you do see a placard with the title, the Silken Pillow, in rather nice, swimming cursive letters, and two guards stationed on the outside. Again, heavier guard presence, and they both look at you suspiciously. And I have assumed that you no doubt flashed the sigil that Captain Belrock gave you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, they don't seem to give you as much flack as the initial guard, but they just look back and like, whatever. They got the clearance, apparently. And stepping inside is immediately you get the smell of like rich, if not nauseatingly complex perfumes, colognes, the smell of fine wines, foodstuffs just carry on the wind, and it's almost too much like pleasurable sensations given the acrid environment that you were currently struggling through initially. And as you walk in, it's somewhat like a greeting area where you hang up your coat, you sign into that kind of thing. They like how what can be offered to you, and the stocky dwarf gentleman dressed in like the straight up the cliche butler outfit. His bald head shined to an almost unnervingly reflective quality, and beard braided beautifully. Steps up behind the counter. Yes, sir. How may I help you in the Silken Pillow? Mother of God, what is this place?
Yeah. This is just opulence flexing the town, isn't it? Holy shit.
It's the Golden District.
Leaf kind of just like, he just smelling all the smells, especially the fucking perfumes, kind of just like,
Too much.
yeah, irritating for his delicate nose that he just like he's trying to focus, but he's just like he takes like his right arm, like the sleeve on his right arm, and he's just like, you know, he kind of pulls it down a bit and kind of uses it to cover his nose just a bit, because god damn is the perfume really fucking getting to him.
Well, Drowsy walks up to the counter. Yes, we would like some rooms to rest in for the evening, just so we can recuperate after a very long battle on our end. Yes, well, are you here to just rest? Are there any personal pleasures you would like to engage in? We have a lovely spa treatment and some delightful banquets that our masterful chefs have just whipped up. I guarantee, even if you aren't one of the meat-enjoying variety, it can certainly convert you. And of course, our resting arrangements are of the utmost quality. So how many will we be resting today? And he kind of works his upper lip as he reaches a monocle out and starts gazing down at the rest of you. Yes. Well, Tarek is going to be a bit tricky, but we should be able to accommodate.
So before he can continue, before Dreziel can reply, Jinx, who up until this point has looked incredibly uncomfortable, looks at him, kind of squints at him. He goes, and she goes, "You're the only one I like here so far."
Well, thank you. I hope that we can extend that feeling to the rest of our staff here at the Silken Pillow. Yes. So, again, are we just wanting resting accommodations for the evening, or are we wanting some more pleasant entertainment? We have a lovely gambling hall downstairs, and if you feel a bit lucky, I'm sure you can double or triple your profits. Yes.
Right.
What's gambling, Jinx?
Oh god.
I'll let that be explained among your party. So, are we staying for one night? Are we staying for multiple nights? I can assure you, we do have a deal with recurring nights. Wonderful savings the longer you stay. And let me tell you, the longer you stay, the longer you'll want to stay.
Mm-hmm. Well, thankfully, internally in my head, I'm just like, well, I'm glad this place we only have, like, the ticket into this place for, like, the one day anyways. Oh, boy, I don't like this place. Like, as a person, this is just, like, fucking casino. Welcome to Casino Town, the fucking Wall City.
Yeah,
What did I say to? It's like Yulmore. If you guys played, we played 14. It's freaking Yulmore from Final Fantasy 14. Just an entire city on bring your money, spend your money here, live in luxury, ignore the fact that the world's dying. Oh,
well, maybe not that extreme, but yeah, it's definitely upper class. That's that's taking it to 20. This is just taking it up to 10.
I just don't like what it's called.
But yeah, so the current rate that you're quoted, it is 25 gold a night for basic sleeping arrangements, and meals are covered.
That's per person, isn't it?
Yep, that is per person. Meal is covered, and you are given a basic gambling quote unquote package to enjoy for the evening.
How much? I couldn't hear you.
25.
Per
25
person.
gold a night. The gambling package is essentially the casino's own chips, and it's like every gold piece is equivalent to 2 chips, and you currently have 10 chips.
With the package of the thing.
Can Draziel use his rustic hospitality thing to get us a good deal?
That's with commoners.
Yeah, that's like, hey, you're so well known and loved by people. The regular folk will try and help you out if you need it. This is we're running a business, and a very high end business. That's not
pretty much. Uncle blinks.
Well,
that is expensive.
It is expensive. But it's also not going anywhere if we decide to continue to walk around the Gold District and see exactly how crazy this place is going to get. It is definitely
True.
something that we can think about and come back to later.
Jinx asks, so is that like the standard amount?
Standard amount in what context do you mean?
The gold area.
For the gold, 25 gold is the going rate for a single evening.
Well, I mean, just to clarify, he means in the area and not his place specifically.
Oh, you mean the going rates that are on average?
Yeah, I doubt this place is the only place in this area that you can like take a rest at.
Well, I can't say for the other establishments around in the gold district, but I can assure you, the Silken Pillow is renowned for its utmost comforts offered. So it is gold well spent. And he makes an emphasis on gold well spent. Get the feeling copper and silver aren't a metal often thrown around.
Yeah. Fucking, you guys have a quarter? What's a quarter?
What's a dollar bill?
What's a
God.
penny?
And what is a penny? I'm Canadian. We don't have those.
Okay, what's a dime?
Oh, dime is 10 cents. I know what a dime is.
So
I know what a
don't about
nickel
you
is.
guys.
I don't know what a penny is. We haven't had pennies in years.
It's a cent. Literally a cent.
Apple does speak up. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should shop around a little bit before even thinking of dumping that much money on a bed.
Leaf's in an agreement.
Yeah, well, this is our first time in the Gold District. Well, we're gonna go shop around, and we'll definitely know from looking around if this is the best deal.
Dwarven gentleman, he hides it, but you do see his nose kind of wrinkle a bit before he gives a faint sigh. Oh, well, it is unfortunate to see you go, but just to remember us by, here, do accept a complimentary kerchief.
Oh, what?
Compliments of the Silken Pillow. And he hands out, like,
As in,
it's just these
like,
basic
that
kerchiefs, like nice white silken kerchiefs with
Oh,
like crimson embroidery of the Silken Pillow written on it.
Leaf just kind of looks at it like,
Okay.
oh,
Jinx takes it, and as we're walking out, she waves, "Goodbye, Monopoly Man."
Why do you know what that is?
The hell is Monopoly?
Yeah. What do you?
do not have no. Do not collect $200.
Oh my God.
Ace Ventura references aside.
We're talking about like what's a penny in this D&D context? What the hell is a dollar?
I don't know. It seemed like the right thing to say.
Huh. That's an interesting
Definitely
word.
A thing to say. So they're asking you around, it's basically, asking the guards like, hey, what's what's there to offer in in the district. And there are two other similar establishments, all offering pretty much the same style of accommodations. There is currently the Silken Pillow that you currently to. There is currently the Blushing Succubus that is several blocks away, and there is the Laughing, or not the Laughing, the Laying Giant, which is the third one available. And
You had fun naming these.
Oh yeah, I did. But you get the idea as the guards speak to you. The costs are probably going to be the same. The Silken Pillow does offer better accommodations, and it is the more expensive one. But at the most you're likely going to find a 5 gold difference between these. Laying Giant is the cheapest at 15 gold a night, but no complimentary meal, no like complimentary chips.
I want to burn this whole place to the ground.
That's a little excessive, but okay.
I would highly advise against that, Raziel says with a disapproving frown.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Of course, you got to ask me with character details.
Sorry, I'll
I am here on a personal quest, and you all seem like a trustworthy bunch to help me prove my mettle.
Well,
We-
if you can hang with us, you can hang with anyone. That's true.
Yeah, we just looked at him when he said trustworthy, and then he looked at Uncle and Jinx, and is still questioning Aurelia because Aurelia still scares him.
Doja, please get here quick, and if you're listening, I'm sorry for butchering your character.
You're scared of me, and rightfully so. It's only gonna get worse.
That one time Aurelia scared Leaf, and he's still been scared since.
Yeah.
So.
But so yeah, those are your options. So it's pretty much going to be 25 gold at Silken Pillow, 20 gold at the Blushing Succubus, and 15 gold at the Laying Giant.
You know, we don't have to go to bed in the Gold District. We can just leave. If this place is disagreeing with our current taste, we can just go, you know.
You do also recall that there are also some fairly high, well-renowned shops in this district as well. And let me check that list.
That's kind of what I was thinking. It sounds like a lot of this place is just absolute craziness, but it's also like, what about like shopping, getting thingamabobs shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but would we be able?
Well, we're not gonna know unless we check.
So the available businesses that are currently available is there is I don't know the term for the neutral term for it, but basically a seamstress boutique that is owned by owner's name by the name of Sartor, that is very well known for their quality in non-armored garments that are well and beyond just normal fabrics. Basically non-armored equipment.
Yeah, and then like having high society gear so that you can gear high society clothing for mingling and whatnot.
Well, not just high society clothing, like actually like exotic enchanted like stuff with effects. It's Sartor is known at, and I'm just gonna say this because you do kind of get to talking around. Sartor is a high-end boutique that, at the same time, its owner doesn't exactly favor opulence, pure opulence. They do actually produce very interesting, exotic articles of clothing for those who can afford their, sizable prices. All right, there's that. There is the Violet Hammer, which is a gold, silver, and smithy, focusing on gold and silver, but does engage in arcane rune work for weapons, not enchanting. It's actually the dwarven craft of rune working. It's more intensive than normal enchanting. Aurelia, I'll just say, you'd know this just from your general book learnedness.
I wouldn't know how it works, but I know what runes are, probably.
Yeah. All right, and there is also a well-known stylist salon called Hair Force One.
Why?
Most probably to make you cry, Haley.
Now I'm just reminded about our airship fucking thing called Air Force One.
I need to finish those up now that we you don't need multiple people to take things out of the thing anymore. That's so nice.
Mm-hmm.
But back to D&D. Let's not get onto a 14 rant.
As we're walking, Jinx goes, "Well, I think I have an idea."
Oh? Is your idea blowing up the entire district?
As much as I would like to do that, it's probably not good to sleep in a on fireplace.
Akar does look at you concernedly as you walk by.
You're learning. Good. What's the idea?
So, that guy that you were talking about, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, so what about Maldos?
Maldos, thank you, Maldos. So, he's well known in that magic place, right?
Yes.
And we need a place to sleep, right?
Yes. Maldos is currently unconscious. I would like to know where he went. That is true.
Oh, Leaf and Uncle be like, actually.
I did say that Millicent, Guard Captain Millicent, was carrying Malibus over her shoulders, like fireman style, and she, with the people of Bexley, were filing out of the Golden District, likely to go to the Silver or Bronze District for more easily accessible, wares to heal and feed.
All right. So
Malados is known there, right?
yes.
So, say he were to get us in there, and I'm willing to bet they maybe have some extra beds.
Okay.
So, all we need is Malados, and we can go get a place to sleep that probably won't charge us what I assume is a lot of money.
Very true, because while we don't I'm not gonna cut ourselves short. We saved everyone there. Again. Because that's what we do. Including Valados. So that's a...
Not only
You have now tickled the manipulator in Aurelia. Yeah, we are
Well-
definitely owed the service of helping out friends.
Yeah, even Leaf is just like, that sounds like, that's actually what I was thinking you were going to say. But, like, not only did we help him out with this, but we've helped him out before, so...
Step 1,
Wait.
find Malados.
Well, no, not... Step 1 is maybe we go find an important-looking guard and be like, hey, we're friends of this guy, and we saved a bunch of people, so we want to get back to the magic place and see where that takes us.
I do want to say here, the initial service that you provided for me, yes, was a hired service. The second one of rescuing the people from Bexley was more a heroic deed for Artelia, the kingdom, than just
Yeah, but-
specifically for Malados.
Well, that's even better.
Leaf,
Say, know the difference.
Leaf did protect him while he was casting that spell.
Yeah, like he was just the one who created the portal. He was not the one who requested such. He was just helping to protect the people, which you heroically helped save. Heroically, like heroes.
Yes.
Saving.
Yep. So we just took all of Bexley and kept them alive.
As far as you know.
Let's go back to the flying ship place. Get a ride back.
Alright, so the next thing is, how do we prove that we did that with an unconscious and currently unknown location Malados?
Leaf, big armor guy, come here.
Dressiel.
Yes, what is it?
I just want to point out, does Leaf and Uncle tell them that he's not actually unconscious? Like, at this point?
Uncle, I get the feeling Uncle wouldn't, just because he finds it somewhat funny. Again, I do not own the character, so Carson, if you see this later on, I apologize for not playing Uncle right.
So, Leaf, armor guy, I need you to make a big wall to cover me.
What?
You need me to make a what?
Big
I-
wall.
I'm just gonna say Leaf told them that Malados is not actually unconscious.
Yeah. Because in that case, whenever that got set over, I missed it entirely. Thank you,
Yeah, I know.
Discord.
That was when we did the perception check. at the
Yeah, when you were
school.
walking down the stairs, but only Uncle and Leaf
Leaf.
effectively knew of
Oh!
it.
So I real life blinded the thing that the character blinded. Got it.
Yeah, you rolled a 1 on perception. Draziel does seem to be thinking, well, maybe if we had a name we could state that represented our group, maybe that would make it easier to earn accolades or spread our renown.
Okay.
What
so
what do you call yourselves?
Team meeting. What do we call ourselves?
Yeah,
Also, this is a bad idea because 2 of our real players are missing. But rip. We'll fix it. We'll change it later if we have to.
Yeah, I feel like we should at least get this into the workshop kind of thing. It'd help if we had a, at least not, maybe not for me, but a name to put our deeds to.
The Fantastic Five. Not copyrighted. Hey, I'm not hearing anyone else speaking up.
Leaf's just like, he doesn't, understand that. You know, he just knows, like, you know, what his tribe's called and what you call themselves, what their tribe is. So he's just like,
Yeah.
I don't.
It's basically like that. We
As
need
you're
our
all
we need our
speaking-
own small tribe name, kind of.
As you're all speaking amongst yourselves, you hear a very, very loud popping crack off to your collective right, over what looked to be a clearing of trees, followed by a shower of red and yellow sparks.
Does Leaf fucking freak out? That's.
I don't. I don't know if he freaks out. That's for you.
Yeah, but
Wisdom,
I feel like I should
wisdom
roll
save.
Yeah, I guess if it's a fear effect, a roll for wisdom.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Oh.
You'll have to beat a 10 just for basic deer fright.
I didn't hear a yay or nay to my suggestion today.
I didn't hear your suggestion at all. Say again.
The Pomp family.
Oh
Oh God, no.
no,
No.
I don't know. I don't.
Unfortunately,
What the hell is a pomp?
you feel that deer-like fear strike up inside of you, but you manage to establish some princely grit and steel yourself.
I was waiting for you to say established dominance, and then I was going to ask, what, did she T-pose on her feelings?
I avoided that specifically.
Aww.
What if we T-posing?
No, from that popping, you hear
What does
a
deer
couple of
T-pose
shouts.
even look like?
A couple of shouts off in the distance.
Yeah, let's go check that out.
All right. Oh God, don't tell me it's another thingy with the portal. And as you all run, you eventually passing through the tree line that had kind of been decoratively placed. You come across what looks to be a large park of sorts, and another crackling pop fills the air as what looks to be fireworks are currently going off, kind of like Roman candles popping off in the air as more shouts, screams, and now laughter you can hear, and smells of comparatively like fair food. Just think a little nicer. You've got this, candied apples, fried food, meats. You also smell, sweets. It's rather lively, and you get the feeling, given the green heraldry that is currently being erected on the various statures and standards around this space, this is likely the Emerald Festival.
Yeah,
You call those fireworks?
you don't.
Amateurs.
Don't jinx.
We can show them up later.
But you know what? Jinx, roll a history check for me.
Freaking amateurs.
Does she know what fireworks are?
Probably. Knowing Jinx, that would make sense.
I mean, does she know what they're called? Like, does she know they're fireworks? Is what I want to know.
You do recognize this as some kind of festival that happens in Artelia once a year, and it's one of the few times that different kinds of people are allowed to come in to the Gold District.
Why the fuck was that guard giving a shit then?
Probably having to deal with all these random tourists starting shit. If there's a time for the staff to be stressed out, it would be now.
Yeah, and you do see there are definitely a mixing of cultures. You do see people in very fine garbs, very fine linens and silks. There's people in, nice, middle class garbs of tunics and trousers, and there's those of clearly the working class with not like bags, but they're well-worn tunics and well-worn trousers and very utilitarian outfits as opposed to being more, fanciful and of flair.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear a faint ringing of bells, a random cluck of a chicken off in the distance, another pop and another shower of fireworks off in the immediate entrance that you can see, which just seems to be a couple dwarves setting off what seems to be those fireworks from a bag that they're currently carrying. And there's a pleasant,
there's that
there's
chicken.
a pleasant dim. Yep, you see a chicken fly through the air. You don't know quite where, and it falls back below the horizon of people goers.
I didn't realize chickens could fly.
Yeah. Oh, see, there you go. They're flying again. And
That is some.
you
That
see
is
a
some
number of,
startled chickens.
Yeah, you do see a number of tents erected, nothing major, but like I said, imagine state fair, some like, food booths and places for like the larger attractions.
Huh. Leaf is very intrigued.
The air does feel warm. It doesn't feel judgy. Although, again, you do get the feeling the guards are likely irritated because there's probably been some drunken brawls and some clashing of the classes. Someone
Yeah.
probably punched their boss.
It reminds him of, like, things that they would do, like, for celebrations and stuff, but, like on this scale, it's totally different. Like, nothing like this, so kind of intrigued, especially about candied apples, because he's never seen one.
Aurelian Jinx, you all abruptly have a human male stumble into you before he turns around and lays his arms around your shoulders. Hey, how you guys doing? Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you're pretty. Oh,
Yes, I am.
Oh, do you know where I can find more beer?
Probably over that way. I point to the nearest back alley.
Oh,
Shit.
roll a persuasion check.
Really? You gonna persuade a drunk? Like, I don't...
He's wearing a gray tunic, and he is very unique.
Nope.
He looks, and
he looks over there, there's nothing there. What?
no, he looks at you, and he narrows his eyes. He looks back, he looks at you, he looks back. Oh, I get it. They're hiding the good stuff over there.
Yep.
You're
not
smart.
I'm not supposed to tell anybody. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he promptly goes stumbling off into the alleyway, giggling and hiccuping and slightly likely, mouth, burp puking in his mouth as he goes.
Get smoked.
Yep. Oh, I picked a back alley so that I hope he got mugged. That was the plan.
While the initial chance likely is not, likelihood, you get the feeling with the current mixing of the classes, there's likely some unsavory elements here.
Jinx goes, I actually prefer that to the snooty types.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that guy was just having a good time. The people looking down their nose at us, I want to kill them. I straight up, I do not have the patience for that.
Leaf just puts his finger on her mouth.
And that is why you leave those type to teacher, because teacher knows how to talk to people to get what we need.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot of people here, and I've been good, so I feel like we should maybe relax a bit.
Yeah.
You can already see him kind of rubbing his hands together.
Jinx looks pointedly at Uncle, walks over to him, puts her arm around his shoulder, and she goes, "Focus the rich ones."
No,
I mean, is there anyone else?
And no. She goes, "Focus the rich one." Promptly, she mutters something under her breath and casts greater invisibility on Uncle.
Oh God. Is there a rich person within 1 minute of this location?
You get the idea that this is in the Gold District, and there are likely well-off people in the Emerald, in this event, in this current fair going.
Greater invisibility is 1 minute, correct?
I believe so.
Anthony?
Concentration up to 1.
So Uncle now has 1 minute of invisibility that will not break for any reason.
Yeah,
So
Jinx,
Uncle's gonna go do Uncle things for free.
Jinx goes, "You're invisible. Have fun."
For a minute.
Oh, hell yes.
Leaf looks over at Aurelia. We need to get a leash as well.
That one concerns me.
She concerns us too.
And you all just hear a faint as you can see faint clouds of dust coming up from the paved road as he starts walking towards the park space and through the gate, likely to enact some classic Uncle hijinxery.
Oh God. I hope he knows that hijinks has a time limit of 1 minute.
Who knows? But anyway, yeah, you're at the Emerald Festival. The air, it's a warm air, and it oddly somewhat soothes the aches in your body. It kind of helps you forget a little bit about the harrowing events you had. It's just that nice community frivolity.
I was actually gonna go over to Draziel, and then while looking at this festival, say, and while this goes on, Bexley is suffering the same fate as Breezeholm.
Yes, I agree. Well,
Yeah.
damn it! Why you gotta make me actually act out these characters?
Oh no! All I wanted from you was an acknowledgement. That was it.
Yes, I certainly agree, but not everyone is understanding of the suffering of the world.
God, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I fully understand Draziel Gold.
Dude, he's just classic paladin. Let's do the right thing because it's right.
Yeah.
Alright, so what is the going-ons of the Emerald Festival?
Well, if you're going in,
Yes.
because there's not like a pamphlet booth. The festival, there's a number of food booths, because it goes into this main, main thoroughfare that kind of passes through, like straight through what is likely a park, and then there's like offshoots along that. So you pass what look to be food stalls, peddling drinks, foodstuffs, some people peddling wares. You see some people painting. Like the caricatures of some people. You see somebody hitting a board and trying to hit something into a bell. Looks like an archery contest of some sort. There looks to be, faint grunts of exertion. There's, feats of strength to be had. All of these likely look to be contests that have, well, likely not a major boon. It's just a contest to, test your feet and then gain a little prize at the end.
Yeah, just little carnival things.
There's presently an arm wrestling competition, a sand sack throwing competition, an archery competition. There is currently a bobbing for apple competition, and a pie eating competition.
Oh boy. Hey Leaf, you should put all these scrubs to shame.
Leaf kind of just looks over and is like,
Hey, so what competitions are there? I just got back towards the tail end of that.
Okay. There's a pie eating competition, an arm wrestling competition, an archery competition, a bag tossing competition, and a
competition.
Pie eating, arm wrestling, archery, bag tossing, which is essentially like
bag
like
tossing.
throwing a bag of sand over over your head to see how far you can throw it.
Yeah, it was just a
And
little
then,
muddled. That was all.
Then like a bobbing for apples competition. Like all of these probably are like, they're like, hey, what should we do? Oh, we should do this. We should do this. Nothing is too fancy. Nothing is too complex.
Leaf kind of he looks over to Aurelia and is like, I mean, I don't think I'm the best. You should have seen my dad. He was amazing.
I bet he was. I also bet that you're probably the best in this current town.
Come one, come all, test yourself in arcane might. Prove that you're the best, the highest wizard in the land, and earn great boons.
What?
You're off in the distance.
What?
Oh,
No,
God.
you fool! Do you not understand what you've done? The fireworks are going to be very real and very low to the ground. We're all dead now.
Leaf,
You guys hear that? You turn to the direction it came from, and you already see Jinx running in that direction.
No!
That's why I was like, oh no!
I already
Oh,
said
hello.
that. No.
Hold up, Royce. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. I have to roll to see if Wild Magic Surge goes off.
Why? When?
From
I cast
Oh! Oh no! You casted a leveled spell on him! Right!
Why do you do things?
Nope, it doesn't go off.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this. In the future, you gotta remember that kind of stuff because a lot of time it elapsed after that. So you gotta remember the stuff on time, or I'm gonna renege on it. Okay.
It wasn't a combat situation, which is why I figured it would be okay.
Yeah, but that can have a major effect. So situations like that, guys, remember, make sure to call all your rolls at the time because there's a certain time where I'm not gonna jump back and redo. Okay.
Okay.
But that's an exception. So Jinx promptly does the JoJo Runaway speed run, and in the direction of that shouting, which is in an offshoot path towards what looks to be a small square booth. And standing at it, like it's the classic. I know there's like an actual term for it, but like that classic Carney Fair striped jacket, top hat, black pants, polished shoes, and it looks like that duck game where you shoot the ducks and you shoot them down, but you see a couple people wielding what look to be wands, and they're essentially like they're making these grand gestures, but eventually they like fling it forward, and this little bolt just kind of goes. And it's like a firecracker.
What's that one spell in Harry Potter that they were using, like Harry and Malfoy were using against each other? I feel like that's what it is that they're doing.
Like it's a disarming spell. I gotcha. Expecto Patronus or something?
No. That's when you.
That's the thing they used against Dementors.
Yeah, it was something that fucking Snape had them do. I can't remember what it's called though.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah. So
the only one I ever remember is something or other Leviosa.
yeah, it was Expelliarmus. That was the spell. But as you walk up, Jinx, the gentleman, he looks to be a half-elven man, fair in skin, rich blonde hair, swept back, short beneath his hat. And he's got that, that Carney big energy, and he looks to you. Well, hello, young lady. Would you like to test your magical might and see if you are the grandest arcanist in the land?
I am the best wizard in the land. Bring it on.
Wonderful. 1 silver piece to partake. And, depending on how many targets you hit, may find yourself in the possession of a very mysterious artifact of unknown magic origin. And he points to essentially, there's a box with a bunch of question marks on it.
A mystery box.
Yeah, and there's other rewards, like there's like basic little like figures, there's like
Jinx
dolls.
goes, oh, I just have to hit the targets then.
You have to hit all the targets with the provided wand, and he procures one out of his jacket and presents it to you.
Here's the
with
catch.
the required wand. And depending on how many you knock down within the time frame, it depends on how many points you get, and it will determine your prize, little missy.
Oh, fair enough. All right. See, Jinx. All right. Jinx takes the wand, gives him a silver piece. This isn't going to end well.
Oh, no doubtedly.
All right. So the way this is pretty much just gonna be a basic ranged magic attack roll. These are like technically magical, but it's like a child's gimmick toy. It's very basic.
You do know he's going to do fireball, right? He doesn't care what you're about to tell him.
Yeah, it's irrelevant because he said you have to use the wand. He didn't say I had to use the wand's abilities, and that is how Jinx is going to interpret this.
Okay, utilizing a wand to cast a spell through is more like an arcane focus. And I'm fairly certain you need to attune.
She still has her staff on her, which she uses as her arcane focus.
So she's going to be holding onto her staff while holding onto the wand at the same time.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I can already feel Royce's blood pressure rising.
Now, remember I said ranged magic attack, so you're just going to use fireball.
Which doesn't have a ranged magic attack.
And also has a radius of 20 feet.
Yeah, how far back are these things, by the way?
There is a little 4x8 square platform, and the little target area is about 8-9 feet away. And there are also booths and stalls and other things close by.
Actually, no. That makes this a lot easier. Instead of fireball, she just casts Melf's minute meteors.
Oh god, she's gonna check meteors. Okay.
Okay.
I'm glad that she knows. I'm glad that
she chucks all 6 of them, and they only have a range of 5 feet in terms of their explosion. So yeah, she shoots 6 of those meteors and just decimates these fucking things.
Okay. You release the meteors. And as you summon forth the meteors, the gentleman immediately gets concerned.
The one doesn't do
And
that.
Just as he's about to say, hold on, young lady, you immediately let the meteors fly. Them colliding into the targets and promptly obliterating the entire stand. Shattering wood, shattering the little bullseye targets that he had, and immolating and destroying a good amount of the prizes that were kind of resting beside the little display stand. And the gentleman stands there, looking
Just goes, I win!
between the booth and you, and clears his throat. I will give you your silver piece back. Unfortunately, the target was not to destroy my establishment, young lady.
You just said to hit the targets. That's what I did.
I'm glad you had fun. And he hands you one silver piece and promptly goes back to recovering the rest of his stall that is now utterly destroyed. And a good amount of people around you are currently looking in alarm, some in amusement, some in shock, and others in just slight fear, as the sound of metallic boots hitting the ground in rapid succession can be heard.
Alright.
Let's go find Mal.
Greatest wizard alive!
Leaf takes out his 50 feet of rope, ties it around her, and it's like
No.
basically going to use it as a fucking leash. Like, oh god.
So a good amount of guards arrive, and you even recognize one of the guard that you spoke to earlier that looked upon you all with great disdain. And he stops and just has an, "Oh, you," as another guard approaches.
So,
Excuse me,
before
what happened here?
even get there, Jinx runs up to Aurelia and goes, Teacher, I won the game.
Well,
Yes.
Leaf,
Yes, you did.
because
Next
fucking-
time I need to teach you what use the wand means.
Excuse me, what happened here? A guard says as he walks up, basic human male in his mid-30s, dressed in standard attire, no real like rank establishing marks on his equipment.
I won
He
the game.
looks at the stall, well, what was the stall, and looks around, and your prompt statement of winning the game, he frowns. Madam, please understand, enjoying these games and enjoying the pleasantries of the Emerald Festival, we generally like to not destroy the stalls and effects of those participating as vendors and pleasantry providers in this festival.
And she goes, well, excuse me, I figured that the games in the Gold District would have, would stand up a little more to, well, standard use.
Yeah.
Drez, you'll go.
Leaf
Well,
just
continue.
because he's got the rope tied around her, and he just like pulls her, covers her mouth, and he gives the guard, he closes his eyes and he smiles and he's like, we're really sorry. She won't do it again. I promise. And he's just.
Well, she
trying.
better not, or we're going to be taking her into incarceration for
Jinx-
destruction of
Jinx
property.
Pulls her Leaf's hand off, goes, what's incarceration?
No! Stop it! There's no way you can be stronger than me. Stop it!
The guard walks over to the gentleman whose stall you just destroyed and speaks to him for a bit. Before returning, Madam, for the destruction of this man's property, you are being cited to pay a 50 gold fine for the reimbursement of his goods.
He didn't explain the rules. That's not my fault. He said, and I quote, you need to hit the targets by using the wand. And I did.
Ma'am, did you see anybody else using any other spells like that? No? Then I advise you reimburse this man for the 50 gold that you just accosted him, or I promise things are not gonna remain pleasant.
Jinx holds up a finger.
No, how is she holding up a finger if they're tied down? That does no.
Oh,
everything, because you fucking just doing shit.
Okay, as you present that finger,
No!
a manacle quickly claps around your wrist.
Good.
Very well, madam, then we are going to bring you in, and you are going to suffer the legal consequences. Please present your arms behind your back.
I'm going to go over to the guard and hold out 50 gold pieces. And then I'm going to look at Jinx and go, we are finding Melados and the rest of the people from Bexley.
He looks at you with the gold offered. That's going to be 60 gold for the assault of a Gold District guard. And
Oh, go fuck yourself.
he's got an evident look of, y'all pissed me off. I'm jacking up the price.
Hands him, puts.
I'm burning this guy.
No. Not.
No, you're not. That is a straight up evil act, Anthony. No.
Leaf, basically, Leaf is going to divvy up some gold. Aurelia have to pay the whole thing. So, tell me how much I need.
Well, Aurelia provided the 50, so it's just 10 more gold.
Yeah,
for
but
the
he doesn't,
fine.
like, look, I don't want, to just give 10. Don't, Leaf doesn't think that's fair. So he's going to equally want
Okay.
to.
Assault? Assault?
Bullshit.
I'm
destruction of property.
seeing a person who presented her arms. I'm seeing no assault here, nor has anyone else.
Attempted assault.
No, I held nothing else.
She put up her arm, probably to accept the manacles.
Well, even though that
I see
should
no
have
assault.
not worked.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll, Dargon.
Fucking charm this prick.
That is probably the next step.
I'm already not liking this session.
Your cold presentation of stern logic and straight up, calling him out. He gives a sigh and relinquishes the shackles and returns 5 gold to you. 55 gold, and I expect no more of this to happen. Well, I guarantee there's gonna be some jail time.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Alright.
And nice, Missy. And he walks away with his compatriots.
Just burn this place to the ground.
We'll work on that later.
I am seriously getting irritated. Like, seriously.
Same. We're
Because
finding Melados.
It's getting to a point where it's becoming detrimental to us. I would.
We can talk about that after the session.
Yeah, this
For
is something
now,
we
let's
can
find
discuss
Melados.
after the show.
I'm sorry if I don't fucking say this now, then I'm just gonna leave.
Yep.
Because I am irritated.
Okay. So, am I assuming that you're pretty much leaving the festival and seeking Malados?
Yep. The next plan of what we've decided from beforehand, before we found the festival, was let's find Melados, let's find the current situation on what is next to do, and then we're gonna go see if we can get into that castle.
Okay. That's
Castle
Academy, I'm assuming?
Institute, whatever it was called.
Okay. So it takes you, 5 or so minutes to go ahead and find the exit to the Golden District. You've gotten a pretty good layout of it so far. And it's not that hard. Asking around, just basically inquiring, did you, big procession of people, lady carrying a guy, and they pretty much point you in a pretty general direction. And you actually do see some familiar faces of the people from Bexley. They were, dotting the streets here and there within the Silver District. Some talking, seeming a little better off, some eating. Seems like they're fortunately finding a sense of normalcy amid the insanity that pretty much cost them, their homes and, a lot of their worldly possessions. And eventually you are brought to the local guardhouse in the Silver District. And it's pretty much your standard guardhouse. Not too much flair, simple, stone and stone and iron building construction. And outside, you actually do see a familiar face in Malados, who's currently sitting back up against the one of the side walls of the guardhouse, with Millicent standing over him, talking to him very intensely. And as you, I'm assuming you approach, or no?
Yep.
Okay. As you approach, you do hear Millicent. She seems rather cross with apparently something that Malados did that unfortunately no further details are provided. But Malados, seeing you, quickly grins and eager to change the district. Hello, friends. Hi. Hello, new faces, familiar faces. Oh, hello. Please save me. And Millicent looks over his shoulder, looks back. He says, "Not saving you. We will talk later." And she turns and gives you all a as warm as from what y'all have been through wave.
Yep.
So what can Maldos or myself help you with? Millicent asks, and Maldos just remains quiet.
Well, the very first thing would be effectively the what's next part of the plan. We got everyone out of Bexley, but now what?
Well, that's what I'm actually thinking of, and well, the majority of that is going to fall on Castle God Captain Belric, since he is more of the general commanding captain of the Artelian guard forces. He's going to be controlling things in a more macro sense, but what is likely going to happen is a dedicated counterattack is going to occur. Fortifications are likely going to be prepared, and likely going to have some form of militant march upon Bexley to prevent whatever the hell is going on down there. In the meantime, unfortunately, though, with most of our guards evacuated with the townspeople, Bexley is, the fox is in the henhouse, so to speak. The most we can do is protect what we currently have and endeavor to quarantine what is currently happening as soon as possible.
I joked before, but it really is going to be another breeze home. Sorry, say again, Anthony?
Send these gold assholes to the front lines.
Excuse me?
We had a somewhat unpleasant time in the Gold District. So we're currently mostly in just work mode right now.
Understandable. Well, I mean, work all aside, surely you should all get some rest. Maybe not all of you. You certainly must be tired from that not small battle we just got through.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure I know what I'm doing in the morning before I go to sleep.
Okay, good. Just, I can admire the heroic spirits, but you're not gods yet. She says with an attempt at humor, and Maldos gives a very, very dry ha 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 ha. Oh, it hurts to laugh. When Millicent, she does eventually nod and part ways as she makes her way into the guardhouse. She's likely going to at least help in a more micro sense, provide what info she can, and distribute information throughout the military chain.
Yep.
Maldos remains seated and takes a sip from a wineskin that you didn't see he was holding on his side, and gives a brief cough. So, Hi?
Hello. So...
is there anything I can do for you?
Well, for my case into what all this is, I'm currently the most knowledgeable about what we've been fighting so far, and I want to increase that. I was wondering if you could help us get back into that place of arcane study. Maybe someone in there also knows what we're going up against.
Oh, you mean the Trist Academy?
Yes.
What makes you think I'd know anything about that?
That's interesting. Okay.
He is bullshitting you.
Oh, yes. You're trying to bullshit the Enchantress? I don't think so. Well, first off, there is quite clearly the very first person that we met in the office where you teleported us to immediately recognized you by name alone and was cooperative by name alone.
Oh, pedal, damn it. Alright, and let me guess, you assume I immediately have all these strings to pluck and twinge to allow you access to the Trist Academy.
No, not all of them, and definitely not stuff you can mostly share with us. I would like a start though.
Well, let's see. Well, the most I can promise and understand this. I'm straining some relationships with this. Don't worry, no evil was done, but well, there's a reason why I'm used my own accommodations at Bexley. But
Because
the most I can do.
Judgmental prick like everyone else here.
You crackled out about judgmental prick.
Jinx goes, because everyone in there is a judgmental prick like everyone else here.
I mean, if you're referring to the Gold District, generally. Although there are some nice folks there. I do have a few friends in the Crafting District.
That's
Anyway,
that's fine. I was hoping to make more friends with their books than the people inside.
Yes, I could get you maybe a night, basic permittance into the academy, but no, it's an institute of learning, so they don't exactly smile upon giving free academic knowledge. So
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm here looking strictly for our foe.
Well, keep this in mind. I can get you to the door and I can open it up and talk to the doorman and get things all nice and smooth, but depending on what you're looking for, they may request compensation, and don't expect it to be strictly monetary.
That's more
There's-
interesting than deterring.
Well, and don't worry, it's not like something out of the underworld. They're not going to ask you to raid a tomb, but
Well, darn.
well, they like arcane stuff, so use that as imagination. And
Now
don't
I
blow
see where
anything
you're.
up,
Now I see
please.
where you're going with this.
He kind of looks at Jinx. Don't blow anything up, please.
Yeah, fucking Leaf like pulls on her and he's like, "Don't worry, she won't."
Okay, tell you what, I'll make a call to my friend Mirabelle, and, well, you've already got that guard sigil from Balric, but that's not going to really help getting into the Trist Academy. Tell you what, give me a moment, I will see if I can trick you something, and you see him open up his robe and unzip this very large, like, 3-foot long slit into his robe and reach his other arm in while holding it open, and he reaches his arm very deep into it, like magician, like hammer space deep.
Yeah.
Like it's a bag holding.
Yeah, like you imagine, like in the cartoons, like you hear a chicken cluck, a doll play or something like that. But he eventually does procure a rolled up scroll. All right, this is effectively an IOU. Request that this be presented to High Arcanist Mirabelle. The seal on this envelope will ensure it's given to her quickly. Do not open it. I promise you. There are arcane. Just don't open it, please.
Okay.
And he hands it to you.
Alright.
In the meantime, I'm going to go enjoy a drink and recuperate and maybe pass out for a day. Quick tip, never do a teleportation spell without a dedicated landing pad.
Yeah. From what I've studied, I gathered that.
And with that, he goes back to just taking a very concerningly deep quaff from the wineskin that he has, to the point where you wonder, that thing should be empty by now.
Yeah.
Well, if you need anything else, do try to, don't ask me to give you too much, okay? I appreciate the help, but, well,
Nope, I only needed
I
an
can only give
entrance.
so much.
I only needed my introduction. Everything else is on me. Sounds like your reputation wouldn't get me far anyways.
Damn.
Well, I'm not that bad a reputation, my god. He kind of puts a little exaggerated, injury to that.
Yep. And I chuckle. It's a nice little chuckle line.
All right, so with the scroll in hand, the parchment itself, it's not like normal parchment, and Aurelia, you immediately recognize it as parchment very much akin to what is found in a spellbook.
Yep.
This is meant to hold an arcane energy, and the sigil itself is like a wax seal, but it's blue, and the negative indentations from what you generally get from a ring seal glow with a lightly golden energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar to that unprocessed lyrisite in hue, but you doubt it's like really connected.
Yeah, and very clearly, it doesn't take an over genius to go, all right, so the trigger to set this thing off is probably opening it. So if I open it too early, it's not going to do nothing when I need to.
Yeah.
So
There's
leave it alone.
probably a means to make sure whoever is, only the person intended for this is to open it.
Yeah, I don't want to get blown up in my face.
So, are you going to straight back to the?
Yeah. I don't think any of us are in the mood for more detours.
Fair enough. So the trip takes a little longer, more just because there's slightly heavier traffic. Seems like things are starting to wind down because it looks like about 45 minutes have passed since your various hijinks. So the day's moving on, and you do eventually get access back into the Gold District. The sigil again providing you entrance, and getting back to the airship field. There's not very many airships left, and in fact there's one remaining that looks to be more like the equivalent of like a personal, like a schooner almost, just more like a pleasure vessel more than anything. And nothing much is really seen save for what looks like a dock worker or someone of employment there. He's dressed in a rather dedicated silver trimmed overalls of sorts, and he's holding a notepad.
Okay.
He's not paying attention to you, and there's not much activity.
Yeah, and the letter was specifically for someone in there, not just for the dock workers.
Yep.
Alright, so we have to get up there somehow, by whatever means we have to figure that out.
Yep.
Alright, so I guess the first step would be to approach the dock worker and explain, hello, I'm Aurelia, we have a letter to give, what's her lady friend, probably?
Maribel?
High Arcanist Mirabelle. And,
Mirabelle. We have a letter for Mirabelle.
Yeah.
From
The dock worker turns around, and he's immediate half work, and one of his tux is snapped off. As he got like this somewhat braided, dreadlocky kind of hair swept back. What? Need to go to the
Trist.
academy up there?
Yes.
Okay, well, don't really have anything coming in yet. And he flips through the ledger. Nothing really coming in transport-wise, and well, we don't exactly have any dedicated to and from to the academy. I'm kind of speaking back to the guy.
that sounds unusual. There's not a lot of traffic between the two places? Huh. I guess they live up there then.
Well, it's more like a dedicated. They have their own landing pad of sorts. Well, I'll tell you what. There is a private airship here, and may be able to get him to fly up there, but it's probably going to have to be, cross the hands with some gold or some silver. Captain is a Captain Doty.
Doty.
And he, the dock worker doesn't actually say that. You hear a different word say Doty. The name's Doty.
Okay, I turn around and meet. I'm guessing he is Doty, whoever's saying it.
Yeah, think David Hasselhoff, just like coiffed hair, that that surecock grin. The name's Ebenezer Doty. Pleasure to meet you, Air Captain Extreme. How may I help you? I hear you might be in need of chartering. Is that so?
Absolutely. We need to get back up to the Trist Academy. We have a very given the unfortunate events that just very recently, like not even a day ago, happened with Bexley. We have a very important letter to Damn it! Can you type her name out so I'm not asking every time? In the Trist Academy.
Hi, Arcanus Mirabel.
Hi, Arcanus Mirabel. A letter for her involving what just happened. Yes.
And he looks up and he seems a little disappointed, hoping someone was going to charter a flight and then realizing it's pretty much a taxi charter.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I suppose I can squeeze you into my busy schedule, as there's currently nobody else around.
Yes, I'm certain you could.
My services are very well sought after, and I must say it's going to be tricky to squeeze you in, but I think I can do so. Let's see. And he actually seems to be thinking hard, like last second, like how much do we charge?
Well, of course, because now you have to, on the spot, for something you never really do, come up with a number that will actually be accepted by these people.
True. But you get the feeling for a guy who owns his own airship, which these things are not cheap, even for rich people, this is an accomplishment. You get the feeling he should have gotten a basic number by now. Tell you what, I will take you up there for a hefty sum of 100 platinum. And no less. And he kind of puffs his chest out, as if so sure that is a very base haggard, haggering.
For those that are unaware of the platinum thing, is it 2 or is it 10 gold pieces per
it's
platinum?
It's essentially like silver to gold. One platinum is 10 gold.
Oh boy, I asked for moments to be Enchantress, and you sure gave it to me. One moment, let me think about how I want to play this. I have many ways I can do this
Believe me,
around.
it's not cheap to ride upon the golden dragon, and he has a rather dramatic glance over. And it's a very basic looking craft, basic for, an expensive one, but there's an attempted filigree of a dragon there that's kind of chipped and fading. And one of the crystals that helps with flight looks to be flickering a little bit, but it looks airworthy.
Oh, I have so many ways I can do this. This is fun. No, this is the fun part. This is where this guy, out of character, I'm just gonna start talking my thought process out of the top of my head. Either he overextended himself on buying this thing and now it's in disrepair and he needs to do it, and or he's in a lot of other financial trouble.
You can make an insight check. In fact, no, make an insight check. Roll an insight check. This will fit within Aurelia's mindset.
So, looking at him, looking at his ship, what do I deduce from this?
So, okay, yeah, you don't get, specifics as to, the whole reason, but you get the idea that with this ship, and he's not trying to lie, you get more the feeling that he's trying to inflate, because he needs money. And compared to the other airships you've seen of larger, import, an airship is an expensive investment, and repairs are... Not many people can make repairs on an airship.
Yeah.
So
So I'm gonna first open with... Ooh, ooh, what a hefty price. This must be a top-of-the-line ship. While I, put my hand on his back and start moving away from, whatever, worker guy. I want it to be just me, the party, and him.
Oh, he's off, he's not even paying attention. He's doing, stock of, some crates nearby.
To make him more comfortable, we're approaching the ship at this point as we're talking, to be specific.
Ah, yes. Fine vessel, isn't she? I've barely even 100 nautical air miles in her, but believe me, she purrs like a dragon.
Dragon? I've never heard of a dragon purring before.
Oh, they do, trust me.
You've seen a dragon?
Well, of course. Why do you think I named this the Golden Dragon?
If you ever encountered a dragon with the amount of wealth you have, he probably stole it all.
Me or the dragon?
The dragon stealing your stuff.
Well, no, I didn't steal anything. I slew the dragon. Yes, and a mighty slay it was. You don't even like your passive insight. He is like this guy is Tom Riddle, or the guy from Chamber of Secrets, like the bullshitter.
Oh.
So now, do I try and poke to see if he's in trouble, and then use that trouble to help make this guy indebted to me? Or is he just a blatant liar and a cheapskate? And then I should just handle him as such.
You can make another insight, or you can ask her. Actually, no, you do your own thing. I shouldn't be.
So yeah, I'm gonna ask that's kind of more of a party question. How much of you guys think that this is just like the most saddest con artist in the world, or how much do you think there's a story behind this that could be maybe interesting to get into? Because if we put a guy who does have an airship indebted with us, that could be useful down the line.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, airship travel. It's not brand new. It's been established and things are starting to get moving. But yeah, airship. It's very viable because teleportation is very niche. Not everyone has a dedicated teleportarium in their settlement, and it's a lot easier to accommodate an airship landing. Like you don't even need a dedicated landing space. You can just have them land outside your city gates.
Alright, so what about you, Anthony? Con artist or a guy in trouble and overextended?
I'm personally of the mind that, fuck him.
What does that mean?
Means fuck him.
Clarify what the fuck that means.
I'm going to assume that that's along the lines on he's just a con artist with the shit machine.
Yeah.
I'm just really intrigued by someone making such a brazened, hilarious, like who do you think I can't do math on this number? What's going on?
Okay, he's not super old. He looks to be in his 30s. So
Oh god, he's a youngin if he's doing this type of work at that age.
Yep. And like I said, generally either they're very rich or people who have very, very strong commercial, demands that can afford this.
So, I want more information. How else can I poke this? So I guess the next thing that I would say to him is, well, in that case, if a man of your wealth, I'd be very intrigued if this was the only one in your fleet. I don't see any others.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, I naturally have a much grander vessel. Unfortunately, it is not here. It is back at my main base of operations within. And you see him for like a split second, like he was on this really smooth, this really awesome train of thought in Kelhas. Make a history check.
Okay, I was just going to flat out say I don't know where that is. Ooh, that's a history place. I don't know where that is. Where's history 4? It's another 4.
Nothing says. You all know because it's not unknown. Kelhas is a very divinely focused city, and
okay.
It's not known for accommodating airships.
And it's also far enough away that it's not even on the world map, which means, okay, we're talking like a cruiser, something that can actually make that distance.
Well, airships don't have really a distance limitation. It's more just basically size to accommodate, load. Like, the bigger the ship, the more crystals you need to fly it. So, distance, there's no real fuel.
Alright. At what point do I stop entertaining this and start really pushing? I think it would kind of be now. So I'm going to immediately open up with a small, I'm looking at him, I kind of put my head down a little bit and go, "You're in trouble, aren't you?"
What makes you say that? Of course I'm not. I mean, look at this fine vessel. Would a man in dire straits be able to pilot such a fine vehicle of the air?
Is the flickering hover crystal within range of me to go tap it?
Not like, you'd have to walk a bit, but yeah, it's hovering off the ground like 5 or so feet.
So I'm gonna...
What are you doing? I wouldn't advise touching that.
Why not? It should just repel my hand. Or is this thing not working properly because it's flickering?
And are you saying that just as you touch it?
I'm now actually kind of scared to touch this thing.
Okay. Unfortunately, none of you really are versed, given from where you're coming from. None of you are really versed in airships.
Yeah,
and
this is the part where I'm bullshitting too.
Yeah. Make a deception roll.
Oh yeah. But I'm also hoping that this guy is a dumb enough idiot that he knows less about airships than I do somehow.
Okay, let's see if his insight is good enough.
Yuki, stop it!
That's 1.
I had a feeling.
As you reach your hand out, it starts feeling like, you know those Tesla bulbs where when you put your finger on it, you kind of get that static electricity feeling?
Yeah.
You're not touching it, but you start feeling that, and you feel like, okay, so this bluff is getting potentially dangerous, and just as you're about to pull back, he's like, no, wait, no, damn it, I can't lie anymore, yes, I'm in dire straits, but of course, yes, I'm in dire straits, and you see him crumble, try to reinflate his ego, and then just recede and just like deflate. You've heard of ego deflating?
Yeah.
He literally deflates. His chest just lessens, his shoulders sag.
Well, the only way to get out of dire straits is to actually have customers and give customers prices that make sense instead of just trying to find someone dumb enough to pay off probably your entire debt to this thing in one go. Am I right?
I choose not to say, but you make a compelling argument. What would you say for a counteroffer of my very competitive starting bid?
Come on, he was asking for freaking platinum. But on the other regard, I do want to do something a little more extreme, just so it's like, hey, we're gonna find a way to good faith each other into getting your airship fixed so that you help us out all the time. Because don't worry, the fucking part is definitely, you're ours now, boy.
Jesus Christ, we're getting into indentured slavery.
Yep. Oh, pretty much. That's where I'm going with this. I'm not gonna be blunt about that.
God, it really is cold.
Hey, you finally gave me like a, you are now indebted to the Lady Enchantress thing. I'm rolling with this. So then how would I word this? Because
and surely shouldn't you discuss this with your group? I mean certainly it's a democracy among you, and no.
Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that I'm the one giving him the most best deal.
Oh, dude, if it were up to Jinx, we'd just take the fucking thing.
We would find a way to just like throw him off of the thing, and now this piece of junk is our problem. Yeah.
Yes, none of you have training in an airship.
Unfortunately. Yeah, and this thing looks like it's barely holding together as it is. I have a feeling this guy's at least flown this thing before.
Okay, I will say it's not like falling apart. It's just there's visible wear and tear, and it's not as well maintained as someone who actually can afford this thing would be.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make that sure because it's not like falling apart there.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, giving this to Aurelian, flying it is like, yeah, you can fly a 747, right? No!
Pretty much.
What do you mean? Oh, alright, so what was his number?
Number?
It was Was it 1,000 platinum?
100 platinum.
No,
100 platinum. 100 platinum. So 1,000 gold is where he was going with this.
I mean, you get the feeling he likely said that because he knows he's in the gold district.
But I also don't know enough about airplanes on what to price this with, so this is yet another make a blind guess type of crazy. But he does. He probably knows where this is going.
Make an intelligence check. Straight intelligence.
I would like a slight bit of help on this, just to throw out a number.
Is that thing like
Yeah. Well, my intelligence is the same number I've been rolling this whole time.
Okay, you know that 100 platinum would likely be something to travel from one end of Ordrim, the continent, to the other end of Ordrim, the continent. That would be an acceptable rate. For what is literally, a couple thousand feet.
We're just going up and over.
Yeah, like knock 2 zeros off of that, and that's more appropriate.
All right.
And even then, you get the feeling you can probably get him further down.
But I don't want to get my money's worth out of this. That's not the plan. I'm thinking down the line. So
Well,
if it would be two digits off, then yeah, I was already thinking around 75 to 100, just to be like, oh, really? That's the counter offer? And just like, I'm making an invest. Yeah, all right. So I have a plan on how I'm gonna.
Honestly, yeah, come on, we gotta take action here, man.
All right. So now begins the the next step is the haggling process, especially for something you're not used to, like only a couple 100 feet up. So I would look at this and just go, even in such an extreme degree, unless there's something I'm not picking up on, 75 gold would be more than enough for such a marginal flight.
Persuasion check. Persuasion check.
Okay.
Well, there's no haggling roll, so.
Yeah. No, persuasion's pretty haggle.
Unless you're
Do I
trying to
even have?
intimidate him.
Okay, no. Come on, come back on me on this, buddy.
You drive a hard bargain, and you see his chest start to swell up again as he's somehow still trying to project this image.
Come on, be arrogant enough to give me back something.
I will go no lower than 85 gold.
Beautiful. I'll take it.
Really?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is very well haggled, young lady. I await your payment.
All right. I hand over.
You look back. You see Jinx just grabbing the bridge of her nose.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. Teacher's planning for the future. So.
Aha, a well-placed purchase.
And well-placed haggling. You even got in the last bid. I definitely can see us coming back and using your services later down the line for the appropriate price, of course.
Well, I may be able to, and again, he's swelling up again, just putting on that cocky air. Well, I may be able to give you a more favorable rate, but that is for return customers, which I hope you do become.
The feeling is mutual.
Well then, away!
Please tell me, is there a moment where he's just looking at his gold going like, holy crap, it worked?
Oh, he's gripping the gold, and he was kind of staring at it as he was talking before quickly adopting that surefire pose. And even then, he's squeezing the gold with a vice-like grip you feel like would be more of a person, a man holding on to the last glass of water he's had within a week on a desert.
Aurelia, in that one moment of him not paying attention to her, immediately looks at Jinx and also conveys the idea on, this guy's an idiot. Oh.
So, pocketing the gold, he struts his way up to his craft and up along an elevated stair plank, just kind of some like collapsible stairs, and steps over the side. Come upon my noble vessels, approach.
All right.
As he walks over towards the back, and it's kind of like old-fashioned sail and mast vessels. There's pilot in the back, open board in the front, ship but without sails, pretty much. And as everyone boards, does anyone have any differences or wariness towards this, or is everyone pretty much hopping on with no issue? Anthony, Haley?
I don't have much of a choice in the matter as I'm on a goddamn leash.
Is she still tied up? I think we can get rid of that at this point.
Haley?
I mean, I don't. He was able to. Jinx was able to touch the bridge of her nose. So what does that tell you?
Oh, okay.
Like.
I thought when we got out of the Gold District, we got rid of that.
I mean, no, but at this point, it doesn't really fucking matter anymore. So.
Alright, so how scared are you guys on who knows trustworthiness, airship?
And for a penny.
Because again, it's not like Ramshackle is falling apart. It's just not well maintained.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't really care, so.
Onward and upward!
Okay. You both mount up onto the craft. It groans a bit beneath your feet, and but it does support you. You get the feeling that this should sink, but it remains stable. And Captain pulls a few levers beside him, and the crystals slowly hum and glow brighter before the craft steadily starts to rise up into the air. And it's this rhythmic. It's the kind of bassy resonance that almost makes your molars tingle before eventually fading into a higher resonance. And slowly but surely, not as fast as on the other airship that you took, you make your way towards the Trist Academy. And the craft, it remains steady. It doesn't dip, and that blinking crystal, while seeming to be lose its glow here and there, nothing seems to cause it to suddenly dip or jostle or fall out of the sky. So it takes about 4 or 5 minutes, not that long, and you come back down to that familiar landing pad. And as you land, Ebenezer clears his throat. And so another grand epic journey upon the Golden Dragon. I do hope to see you all again, as you surely need return back.
Absolutely.
I might be able to squeeze you in just for your repeat business.
Absolutely. We definitely need our way back down. What, morning, afternoon of the next day or whatever?
Wonderful. Tell you what. Take this, and he hands a small spherical stone to you.
Oh, what is this?
Well, it's nothing big. It's fairly well known in like fledgling mages and wizards and arcanists.
I have a feeling I know what it is. I'm just humoring the idiot.
Yeah. It's a whisper stone. Essentially, this is pretty much like the whisper spell, except it's on a dedicated network.
Okay, so it's the one thing I ever learnt about One Piece ever. It's the damn snails or whatever.
Oh, it's like the pearl things from Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, link pearls. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I guess.
I forgot all about link pearls and how they're a physical thing that's actually in our ear or something in 14. Oh wow.
Yeah. Essentially, they're two stones that you need to like link a stone up to another, and it forms pretty much like a walkie-talkie network.
Oh god, they actually are link pearls, literally.
Well, you can't stuff it in your ear, but yeah, it's like like a 2-pound smooth polished rock.
Wow.
Just go ahead and speak into that when you need me to pick you up, and I shall arrive post-haste. You will not believe how quickly I arrive.
Why, thank you, because we will be relying upon you for our return trip.
Tell you what, if you do truly need me for your return, I'll even knock 5 gold off the charter price, just for you.
All right. Well, pleasure doing business with you.
It's been all mine, and I hope to see you once more upon my vessel, the Golden Dragon. Till next time.
Is he gone yet?
And he's staying put so far, as you can tell. Although he's going around and looks to be doing something.
I'm going to wait until he is completely gone.
He's not lifting off. You wait 10 minutes.
Okay, no. If it's gonna be like a couple of minutes, then we're gonna move on before he does.
Oh yeah, it's taking a while. He's not taking off immediately.
Yep. Okay. Hopefully thinking, oh hey, look, maybe I'll get someone else on the return trip or whatever. I don't care. I don't care what he's thinking anymore. If he's staying, I'm leaving, and I'm going to leave until I am out of eyesight of him.
Right,
and then I'm immediately going to hug Jinx and sigh deeply.
I mean, teacher, I know I'm not the smartest person around, but my God.
Well, hopefully, with a little workshopping, he will become pretty much an airship that is working for us alone. That would be very, very useful.
It would certainly be useful to have our own airship, I do agree.
But, I will be blunt. If I have to continue talking like that to him, I may need much more hugs. I will be relying upon you to keep me sane. Thank you, Jinx.
Oh boy.
Teacher-student moment. So you're once more you're on that weird. That weird feeling of you walk upon air with that same glowing violet arcane hue beneath your feet.
All right.
And
you can stop the comedy song.
Oh, I thought I did.
Oh, maybe you did, and it's just stuck on my end. Oh, no, there it goes.
All right. So approaching the Trist Academy once again. Nothing's really changed. There seems to be a little less foot traffic. You guess likely because most classes are starting, so not much interim aside from a few here and there. The doors themselves, they're essentially permanently held open since this is likely a main entryway. And as you make your way through, no one really seems to pay you attention. There does eventually, after a minute or so of entering into the main entryway, surprisingly a short-looking elf. Like you would surmise if it wasn't for the pointed ears, you was mistaken for a very tall, thin dwarf. Eventually approaches you.
Yes, hello. I don't recognize you as the student
Yes.
members of the students of the Trist Academy. Can I help you?
And you notice he's got a pair of glasses that he's constantly pushing back up that are heavily taped on the bridge.
Yes, you can. We need, given the events of what have happened today in Bexley, we have a letter containing something that needs to go to Archmage Mirabelle. I present the letter, but obviously don't open it.
Yeah, he presents it. The immediate moment he sees that mark, his eyes widen.
Very well. I'll be right back.
And he quickly darts away. 1 minute.
Fear.
5 minutes.
Fear is so much easier to deal with than idiocy.
And eventually, after about 8 minutes of waiting, a person in similar attire but much more well composed. You get the feeling that the person that you've initially spoken to, they're like the quote unquote like authority here, just kind of like the organizing body.
I showed up to the Tech 1 in the thing and told them, hey, everything exploded, please fix. And he went and got the manager. Yeah.
Pretty much. So yeah, coming in instead is a very well kept elderly human woman. Her hair is this beautiful silver. And she holds herself in a very very composed manner.
Hello. I believe you are requesting to meet Alchemist Mirabelle. Is that true?
Yes.
Ah, very well. She was not expecting company, but she will see you now.
And she gestures for you to follow her.
Yep.
And you don't go the normal way. You don't go up the large central staircase that's leads to the main entryway. You actually go in down a side hallway towards what initially you hear lectures and other courses of learning looks to be more administrative section. You guess that likely the teachers and professors here likely come here to focus on their studies, and you come to a large circular room, not as large as the space that you'd come when you exited Mirabelle's office, but large enough to hold will look to be 6 sizable, like 3-foot wide teleportation circles, and you at least recognize this as a small teleportarium, a dedicated teleportation space.
All right, very well. If one by one you would please step on this teleportation circle.
Okay.
And she gestures whom is going first.
I'll
It
go.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'll just go. Let's just.
All right, just one of them. All right, so one by one, you eventually step on it. It's a similar situation. You've kind of somewhat gotten used to it. It's kind of like riding a bike, but there's still that moment of unusedness.
Yep.
Probably not a word. But one by one, you do come into once again a familiar-looking space, and this time the woman who looked at you with great shock before looks at you with a great deal more just calm perception.
Yeah.
And she's currently sitting behind her arched mahogany desk, and air's pleasantly warm. You didn't really register this when you first got it, but air has this pleasant warmth to it, and it's got a similar energy to it, somewhat like Gilliam Jamas's shop, but instead of like being a high energy one, it's just kind of like this zen warmth and just this relaxing arcane hue to it. Whatever this is, it's masterful. It's a masterful air. And as you arrive, High Arcanist Mirabelle looks to you.
All right, you're in my office. What reason has Maldos to cash in one of the favors I owe him?
Oh, is that what this is? And I hold up the letter.
You gave the letter to.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. So that she already knows about it. All right.
She's holding up the letter. The seal is like no longer glowing, and you saw that she opened it.
All right. So the first thing I would ask would be, so how much are you aware of what happened in Bexley today?
Well, keep in mind I am keeping tabs on many things across Idelas, so just give me the information that you have, rather than me playing a guessing game.
It's rather straight to the point.
All right. Well, if you'll be straight to the point, then so will I. I need you to teach me everything you can about Orcus.
There's a pause, like a 16-year-old walking up to a professional racer and saying, "I need you to teach me how to race like a professional," like just exactly like you asked.
Mhm.
She takes a breath.
Okay, you didn't exactly provide answer to my query. Imagine with Bexley, you asked me if I knew what was going on, and I said no.
Oh, sorry.
So very all right.
Bexley has been completely overrun by Orcus and his minions. That is specifically what happened.
Orcus himself, the Demon Prince.
The minions are probably going to use Bexley as a means to bring the real Orcus out. We stopped something similar in Breezehelm.
Oh, reason. I thought we contained that.
More or less, but we had to clean up the rest.
Keep in mind, I can respect the drive, but I cannot simply provide all the information you seek. Please know, while you do have a favor from acquaintance, that you are still outsiders who are requesting ample information on a topic that is not warmly shared.
Yes.
I can provide you limited access to our archives with a guide, just to ensure nothing is taken. You'll forgive me for my wariness. And you will be provided temporary stay here for the night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I only wanted Malados's introduction in order to introduce myself and our group. I'm very confident we will make our own relationship from here on out.
Very well. Beyond that, if you wish to stay further or require further access to our resources, discussion will need to be had for compensation.
Gee, thanks for your overwhelming generosity.
I'm giving what I can within reason, sweetheart. If you give me reason to trust you more, I will gladly provide more.
Oh, gee, I can't count the number of times we've saved fucking people in this stupid area. I mean, I literally can't count that.
Damn it! You made me real life laugh. Fuck.
Well, with a sunny disposition like that, it's hard pressed you don't have people simply lauding over you.
God, I wish Draziel was actually here. Fuck.
Yeah.
What would Draziel say at this moment?
Yeah, WWDD. And sadly, I don't have a good grasp on Draziel, so.
Well, he's just also the type. He's also the type of person on. That's fine. It's another person that doesn't really know us. We will change the opinions of the world. Super upstanding positivity. Lol, I'm a lawfully good paladin. Let's do it, guys. Something along those lines.
I'm gonna do something. You know, I'm.
I just need some of Draziel's positivity right now, man.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and I believe.
Can no one hear me?
Yo, we're stepping on you constantly. Go ahead.
Okay, for the time, Doter's going to be here in just a moment.
Oh.
Okay. In that case,
Stall. Got it.
In that case, shall we take a brief break to go to the bathroom and get some foodstuffs?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We will be going on a brief break. Go ahead and relieve yourselves, feed yourselves, and return shortly so we can continue our epic quest. Till next time.
Well, not next time. Until a couple minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
I did
Yep,
put
yep.
myself to level 8.
There we go.
Uncle better have made out like a fucking bandit.
That's to be determined. That's going to be a couple of rolls. Let's see what the little scamp got into. Anyway, we live?
Yep, well, we're live.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully your bladders are emptied, your bowels are emptied, your tummies are full with food and water, and you are comfy and eager to get back into the adventure with us here at Fat Dog. I almost said Fat Dog Wrestling Dungeons and PhatDogs.
And I'm here.
Yeah, Dogger's here. Yay! I can finally have Draziel be acted properly and stop butchering the character.
Yeah. Has Dogger been caught up with the current events, or can I do a quick cap for Dogger?
I give him a quick recap. Let him know where you
I mean, he's a paladin, so if you just played paladin,
That's what I said.
okay.
I've never played Paladin.
He's very much like gotta destroy the evil kind of guy.
That's what I said.
Got it.
What we did not cover though is Jinx is currently in a very foul mood and is being sarcastic towards Magic Bitch. I forget her name.
Well, that's more of a character interaction to be determined. I don't convey character emotions within the interaction.
Where's my water bottle?
But anyway, continuing back off. Let's switch to the world map screen. All right. So as we were, not Jinx, Aurelia was just done discussing with High Arcanist Mirabelle. Managed to get y'all some basic access to their archives for Prince Orcus with some, attentiveness. And beyond that, a basic first, likely an overnight stay at the very least. But beyond that, likely going to have to be some exchange of knowledge, goods, or other arcane pleasantries. Or probably could have been a better word for that. But yeah, so that's where you are so far.
Yeah. And that makes sense. This is just, hey, I trust these people, at least begin relations with them so that they can help.
Yep, so you've pretty much gotten access to the archives. High Arcanist Mirabelle is just relaxing behind her desk. Very, she's got a fine stature, but she still exudes, a calm, commanding gaze in her eyes, but holds no real, hostility towards you. And looking over, so is there anything else that I can accommodate within reason?
Well, that's for my desire. You've already handled everything. I will learn what I can learn, and what I can't learn, I will do what I need to bargain with why.
Very well. You just go ahead and step back into the teleportation circle with which you came into my office with, and you should be taken back to the individual whom sent you here, and they will help you to where you need to go.
All right.
Ah, yes, the circle's just warming up now.
I was gonna say.
So that's how those work.
Just imagine that
I'm so
sound.
sorry for whoever the fuck inconsiderate asshole that was.
Oh, if there's one thing that never changes, is motorcycles on Dogger's end.
No, that was our end.
Oh, that was yours.
Yeah, that was our end. That's why I said I am so sorry for the inconsiderate asshole that did.
Well,
that.
it wasn't too bad.
It street like that anymore.
Well, it wasn't too bad, and it added a cool sound effect that is now the official sound of teleportation circles.
It's still pretty annoying, especially when you're
At
trying
least
to
I'm
record.
warming up.
Oh, I bet. So,
Like,
so with that, I mean, if there's nothing else that you all want to discuss or bring up with High Arcanist Mirabelle, the favor's been cashed in. You've been granted basic access to their archives, with which you'll be guided to after you go back through the teleportation circle to her office. Beyond that, I mean, if you want to ask her about anything else, see if you can try getting anything else out of her, now's the chance. If not, I'll go back through the portal.
so bored.
What?
Being boarded for the night. Wasn't that also?
Yeah. Yeah, we have room and board in this place, wherever that
Okay.
is.
Yeah, you have no idea where it is, but you've got it for the day and night. So, as you all go through the teleportation circle, which has a naturally deep, throaty resonance to it as it powers up, you come back through, and the same woman who originally guided you here greets you. And
High Arcanist Mirabelle has informed me of what is to be expected, so please follow me to the archives. If anyone else wishes to, you can reside to your quarters, and if you wish to go anywhere else, simply request from your chaperone, and they will guide you to where you need to go. And with which she procures a familiar stone that was given to Aurelia from your interesting airship captain, message stones. Simply talking to these, and your chaperone will arrive shortly to guide you. I just forgot she had a French accent. Pretend all of that was in a French accent.
It wasn't? I couldn't tell. That sounded pretty French to me. What about you guys?
No, the accent was a
Are
little
you
more...
kidding me? That was not. I should
No,
know.
please forgive me. I temporarily forgot my native dialect. Anyway, so I'm assuming Aurelia sticks with her. With any of that, number of other similarly garbed individuals arrive. Elves, humans, a dwarf here and there. Pretty much, if you have a plan to go with anyone else, pretty much that's where you have a chaperone for. Otherwise, just continue with Aurelia.
Well, I guess Leaf should probably rest up.
Okay.
You know, being 14 health and all, it's
Yeah, you're starting to ache. Again.
I don't know what Draziel's health's at.
Well, real quick, that's Chibi. Tony,
Well,
are you
What are you
accompanying
doing?
Aurelia to the archives, or is there something else that you'd like to do with which you'll be assigned an chaperone? Go throughout the academy.
I'm gonna be going with Aurelia.
Okay. And Doger.
Yeah. Let's go with Aurelia.
Okay, so Leaf is going to some Netflix and chill reference to recuperate and chill. Rest you going to the archives. So just real quick, Leaf, you're taken down a rather mundane. You go back to the main entryway, and you're taken to what is essentially the dormitories, going off to a guest wing, and the accommodations. It's like a college dorm. Decently roomy, but not something you'd really be doing backflips and somersaults in. The bed is sizable.
Whatever.
The bed will fit you, if a little snug, but it's comfortable.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he'd probably just take the blankets and stuff off and just make a little thing on the floor. Like,
Blankets are incredibly soft, almost supernaturally so. The kind where when you wake up in the morning, you feel like you're part of the bed. All right, so with Leaf chilling, recuperating, and healing those bruises, no doubt littering his internal body, the rest of you are currently taken to the archives. Your current escort taking you back into the central hall and not towards the main staircase. Once again, going down a side room and up a set of stairs, down a hallway, down a set of stairs. And it's a good 5 minutes of going through halls that seem to, as you go, seem to have okay, we should have lapped on ourselves by now. What is going on? And you even start to feel this slight sense of vertigo before eventually coming to a very large iron-looking door with a vast amount of complex-looking sigils on it, bordering all around the arched doorway. Upon which your escort, she procures what looks to be a magical talisman of sorts, and she presents before the door. All the runes immediately light up with this brilliant blue energy. Who did we lose? No, Doger! We lost Doger. Oh well.
he'll be back.
He'll be missed. Anyway, the iron doors swing open with a very heavy metallic groan. A little high-pitched for what you'd expect from such heavy doors that seem to be solid iron. And stepping inside looks to be a mix between what I assume you'd imagine would be like a federal document archive and a massive library of sorts. These massive shelves, basically lining the entirety of this ovular room's walls, as smaller shelves that you can tell rise from the ground, not resting on the ground, but seeming to actually rise up from
the wooden floorboards that are very well polished and shiny, and just that musty smell of parchment, just any bookworm's dream, just that wonderful air of books, learning, and knowledge. There's Doger.
Discord just to take a dump on me.
Yeah, Discord. Y'all went into the archives after going through a lot of corridors.
Cool.
Andy's caught up.
Lots of books.
So with that, your guide, she takes you down a series, down the outer perimeter. Seems to be not even looking, just knowing where she needs to go. Eventually stopping and taking a turn down a rather long stretch of these two bookcases before stopping before a section that looks to be not even open. It's chained closed with clear glass doors. And again, she pulls out that strange talisman, and that same energy glows of life along the chains that bind closed these glass doors as they slowly open. And the books before, they remind you of the books you found in that temple hidden in Breeze Home before burnt it, like made out of skin, burnt. The smell of brimstone even faintly comes to your senses. And your guide, she holds a hand to her mouth.
All right, here are what we have currently for the demonic subjects. Those 3 books are what you will find for Lord Orcus. Nothing more, I'm afraid, so you are free to grab what you need, and I will seal this back up. When you're done, simply let me know, and I will return them, and you can return to your quarters, or I can take you wherever else you would like to be, within reason.
Drythail steps up and says, "Thank you very much for the help. One other question, though. Do you happen to have any books on angels or celestials?"
Of course we do. Don't know if it'd be appropriate to permit you access to another area of research and learning as such, but what is the reason that you would want access to this?
He kind of looks down a little bit at his feet, a little bit embarrassed. I'm trying to find more information on my father.
With celestials and you're an Azamar.
Yes. Yes.
Make a perception check, or not a perception. See how likely she is to be persuaded. Make a persuasion roll, just for the endearing honesty that you've provided. A +6. She pauses and looks at you.
All right. Tell you what, I can
It's my highest skill.
you to have access to 1 book, and it is the same as your friend. You may have time to read it, but upon your finish, let me know so I can return it. And then, as I said to your friend here, let me know if there's anything else you would like, and I can accommodate within reason.
Fair enough.
And she looks to the rest of the group and pretty much indicates.
Is there any other books that are required before I step away and help your friend?
Basically, is Jinx wanting to any possible books to search?
It's as long as she has a book, you know, it's not like she's gonna actually be able to fucking read it.
Okay. All right. Jinx is provided with a thin book with what looks like to be a glowing eye on the front. And with that,
God, I don't want to have to deal with Eyeball Teacher. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's the Eye of Vecna. Anyway, yeah, with that, she does give you basic directions to what looks to be a study area, and it's a minute, and takes a bit, but you do eventually find a rather nice display of comfy chairs and tables, and again, a bookworm's dream. Like, you can just relax and study, or you can jot down notes and study. With that said, you know they probably don't want you to jot down any information too sensitive. But, you know, who knows with your guy currently being gone helping Drazio. But Draziel, similar sense. It takes a good 2 minutes though to go to the section that you're requesting. No locks on this one, and all the books seem to be either in white, pristine white covers, blue covers, or like golden covers. But everything just seems like this incredibly pure, pristine appearance to them. And opening up, she looks to you. Let's see. I can provide a basic tome on the subject. And she procures a moderately thick book, not too hefty, kind of like your basic, high school math book, and hands it to you.
Okay.
I can guide you back to your friends, and again, let me know once you are done, and I can help further.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. And with that, she guides you back, and you're both provided ample time in this comfortable, warm space. So, what are first, Jarkon? What specifically are you trying to research?
If I knew that, I wouldn't have to research now, wouldn't I? To be blunt, I actually mostly just mentioned needing to research Orcus as a initial in order for me to do in order to get into this place and start doing things. It is indeed the first topic that I want to go just generically look into. But it was also mostly an excuse in order for things to go as smoothly as it has so far. We're in, we have our room and board, we have our chance for our introductions now and to make lasting relationships. That was the primary goal for Aurelia.
All right.
So, at this point, I have to play the part and just start looking into things on Orcus, and if I find out something new, then good. And if not, well, we're here. That was what I wanted.
Okay. Just since you're technically still having Aurelia do research, give me 3 intelligence checks. Straight intelligence checks.
Yeah. I guess if there was anything specific, it would be how do I defeat the demon, lol.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, like, even if you're a practitioner in the arcane, like, no one's going to be an expert on referring to facts of these sorts of subjects. So it definitely has, information that, Aurelia wouldn't be able to pull off the top of her head.
Yeah. I doubt anything offensive on Orcus would be there, but anything that would be, hey, this is a really bad thing that happens around Orcus and his followers. Look out, watch out for that. Anything to make sure that we don't die would be, I guess, what she's looking for in particular. Number 1. Number 2.
Nice.
Number 3.
Eh.
It was
So,
a literal.
I started to run out near the end.
Yeah, so I'll provide further information. I do want to get a quick roll done with Doger and.
You can get back to that whenever. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Because Doger just got here. It's Doger's turn now.
Yeah, so I'll give you the information that I really would have had at the end of the session. Okay, I'll send it to you over.
Thank you.
Doger, what do you?
I guess specifically names of celestials and angels, because I don't actually know my father's name. My mother never gave me that information. She just always called him your father.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and give me. I'm just gonna go ahead and say the same 3 rolls.
Okay.
Because this is just to cover the time that you're researching.
Intelligence. Oh boy.
That's one thing to read. It's another thing to be able to have it stick.
It's not terrible.
Compared to Aurelia, who's just scanning through this book with superhuman efficiency, just jotting down just like reading, like memorizing every word. You're going at a slower pace. You're also kind of admiring the make of this book almost as you're reading it. But with this tome, and given the current access that you have, there is knowledge that angels are given names. However, there's nothing that really is like a list of like angelic names, kind of like with demons and the like. There's like types that you have information on such.
I guess another thing I'd be keeping my eye out for is like any kind of method to like catch the eye of an angel or celestial. Something that they like take into high regard that I could possibly do or achieve to get their attention.
Well, when it comes to catching the eye of a celestial, it can vary depending on the god that a celestial is beholden to. Generally, when people think of a celestial in Ordrin, they tend to gravitate towards Pelor. And, he's kind of like the big good guy of sun, life, and all that stuff.
Yes, I guess that would be another specific, like things related to the Dawn Father. And
So, to the Celestials, when it comes to earning the Eye of a Celestial, you're not going to earn it for saving a town, or like you saving a small town. You're not going to earn it for, catching a band of thieves. Generally, to earn their acknowledgement, and this is just them to realize you, not to actually show interest and actually then approach you, takes acts of heroism. Generally, the kinds of deeds that epics are written by, stopping a great evil, saving a sacred land from being befouled, rescuing or freeing a great good from entrapment, stuff of that sort. And as you read, your mind actually does fall on what you just did for Bexley. You helped evacuate likely all of the citizens of Bexley. And it's not like those super amazing epic tales of people single-handedly doing this all themselves. You still admirably and valiantly placed yourself in front of harm for the desire to protect and preserve life. And since Pelor is a very large sect of the current Avidalis pantheon, you get the feeling you've likely started things. You've put a drop in the pail, and there's ripples happen.
Okay.
Beyond that, you're likely going to have to start stepping up your game. You've made a mark, time to start improving. But there's also wariness to be had in, deeds being done purely for the sake of just seeking acknowledgement can be seen as greedy. Celestials generally respect deeds done out of selflessness, out of a true desire to do good to others, not to, try and sate their own needs.
Yeah.
There are exceptions. Certain artifacts.
You have to do good you have to do good for good, not for getting daddy's attention.
And there are exceptions. There are very powerful divine artifacts that just have this powerful connection to celestials that it can help you tune into or contact in some way these individuals, but these are very rare. Like we're not talking your +1 sword of fire. This is something that would be like what was stolen from the Temple of Pelor that Aurelia got accused of, like a tear of the Dawn Father, something that is a powerful celestial source of energy or significance. So like we're talking like an ancient celestial, or like an ancient divine artifact in the temple or something like that, that sort of deal. But you get the general idea that your specific desire to seek your father and have your father acknowledge you, unpleasantly enough, was sort of working against you. Even though the deeds that you did initially that earned you your folk hero title, that certainly helped. You just had a bit of a weight pulling you back because of that single desire to personally have a meeting.
Yeah, this realization, Draziel just lets out a big sigh. Whatever am I going to do? Just unsure at this point on what his next step should be.
Right. And okay, I forgot what else. What was the other question that you asked? I know you asked another thing, but I got kind of brain farted when I was giving you that info blurb.
That's pretty much it.
Was it? Okay. I couldn't recall if you requested something other specific on that. Yeah, so with that, that's pretty much the information that you get over the time that you spend. I'll say you spend an hour. That seems like, you're doing some research, so that's the time that you really want to dedicate. Since Aurelia is more of just done this to just kind of get their foot in the door, I'm assuming that Aurelia's just kind of getting the cliff notes and searching for anything that would be of major significance in relation to their current situation, right, Dargon?
Yeah.
Dargon?
Just
Okay.
general research and whatnot.
Okay. Well, and like I said, I'll throw that because you had a really good roll.
Yeah.
You definitely did find things that they relate strongly to the current situation. You found themes that, oh, this is talking about this kind of tale and this happened, and you know, A, B happened. Where's the C? Oh God, that's what happened. C happened.
I'm also, if you want to and you're just bored and you want to flex and show us things that may not exist anywhere else, if you want to just do like nifty Orcus lore dump things on that, I'm willing to read that too, because you've done that every now and again with me, with other things
Orcus
in
is a
general.
cool guy.
If you want to teach me all things Orcus that is lore-wise, I'm willing to read that.
I can, but yeah, like I said, I'll give that to you after the session because I doubt everyone wants to hear like a 10-minute spiel on what I've got currently for Orcus and
God,
with
when we were
Real
doing Raging Brachydios, I got an hour of lore dumps of this world, and I'm like, I can't use any of this. Aurelia didn't hear it.
Anyway, but yeah, so with that you get some very valuable information. Beyond that, nothing else really seems to stand out. Anthony, would Jinx make any attempt to try and read the book or no?
Yeah.
All right, reading the book, something familiar sticks out to you.
Oh
Oh
God,
God.
it actually is I teacher.
But no, it's not so much the words, but you recall back to that tome that you read that it resulted in Armed Teacher attaching to you. And essentially what gave you Armed Teacher. No, your eye doesn't suddenly glow and you now have like a glowing eye. Stop it. This looks to be somewhat similar to it. The previous book, there were images of like, you know, a humanoid form and these like exotic shapes and forms looking to have like started in this form and then like funneled into this arm. This one looks to be somewhat the same, but it's focusing around an eye and a hand. And then something about V. This is about V something. Know that letter to be V. And a hand, an eyeball. That's all you can really discern.
Oh God, she's actually getting anything out of this now. Yikes.
Well, I mean, she's eventually going to be able to piece things together.
She's
gonna
learning
grow.
to read. She's become too powerful.
Well, I mean, hey, you just got to get a headband of intellect and she'll be smarter than Aurelia.
Ugh.
No
Well, I
wisdom.
definitely. Oh, sorry, say that again, Anthony.
With no wisdom to back it up.
I know.
Then actually, to heck with it. Give me 2 intelligence rolls. No 3, unfortunately, because Jinx. And smaller book.
She's learning to read.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, criticals don't really work the same way as attacks, but that's still a very impressive roll for Jinx. Yeah, you definitely feel like this is
Anger
related
fuels
to Arm
her.
Teacher. What was that?
Her anger fuels her.
Yeah,
You rolled better than I did.
she's rage reading. She's angry, just like angrily soaking up whatever information she can get. But yeah, so you pull something about a ritual with an eye and a hand relating to some kind of strong thing, and when people interacted with this thing, things attached to them, and then they did bad things, and that reminds you of Arm Teacher. This kind of reminds you of that. And again, V, and
So-
an A.
Jinx walks up to Aurelia and goes, "Hey, teacher, what's this word?" And points to the V word.
Aurelia, you read it and it says Vecna.
Okay. I'm scared to say it out loud because I have a feeling this entire place is going to set on fire. Do I already know that Vecna means something bad?
You know, even if with the roll, you don't know anything really about Vecna. At the pit of your stomach, it makes a knot form, but beyond that, like
Isn't
it doesn't really.
Is it speaking from knotted stomach, just how Infernal works, or however this language is?
Oh, it's written in common.
Oh, that's even
Like,
scarier.
This is a human, like, you know, recollect, like a recording essentially. Someone encountered this stuff and then recorded it down with, like, you know, features and all that.
Alright, well, if it's in common, then I think it's safe enough. And if we all die, we all die, so who cares? I'll be dead then. It's Vecna. What's a Vecna?
Roll me a D100.
I can't believe it's not Vecna.
Oh god. A D100.
Wow.
Clean 50. Aw, yeah.
Nothing happens.
That is somehow even scarier.
That pit in your stomach grows, and it's almost a feeling like when you're a little kid, and that really upsets Cream. Cream is very upset.
Well, I'm gonna look at Cream and go... I'm gonna look at Cream, see Cream's, like, all fluff right now. I'm gonna look at Jinx and go... don't say that word again. It's probably really bad.
It's a derogatory term, actually.
No, if I tell her it's a swear word, then she's gonna say it more.
No, I wasn't gonna... No, I was just saying it as a joke.
Now, just imagining Aurelia goes, it's a derogatory term. And Jinx goes, what's a
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Too many syllables. Yeah, so that's...
Don't repeat that.
Really, yeah, really all that you really get from Vecna. Aside from that, it's... You're learned, but until presently, you're not that learned. You get the feeling this is some old stuff, though, or some very errata stuff that probably is the reason why they don't let people in here very openly. And it likely also speaks to this favor that Malados cashed in for you guys.
So it was just for my own purposes, so I can actually remember it. It was Vecna.
I'll type it in chat for you. But keep in mind, current information on it won't exactly be the same as the current iteration in my world. Just in case you Google that yourself.
That's fine. I just because I had already almost forgotten the name. All right, so.
All right, so with that, your guy, she sees, you know, she is watching you, not like a hawk, but she's just, you know, passively watching over you as you do your deeds, and she does notice as your reading stops, she kind of gets the idea that the research has been done, and like you're likely just, you know, talking over various things. Does note the pause when something is said, and eventually does walk over. Well, I see that you're no longer reading your books. Shall I assume that you're done?
About to be. We're just wrapping up and crossing notes.
Of course. And she does back off again.
Oh, by the way, Jinx takes out her spellbook, finger quotes, and doodles some of the symbols that she sees in the book that she was reading.
You know,
Okay.
if she does it with a picture right in front of her, then spelling or no spelling, she can probably actually write it correctly.
You know what? Just because there's no real like role for this, and it's not going to have any detriment.
Crayon, by the way.
What?
It's done in crayon.
Of course.
Give me a performance roll. Again, nothing bad is going to happen. This is just for flavor.
I got plus one.
Yeah, you got a +4 in it.
If she rolls a 1, it was written in Comic Sans.
Oh, shit.
Aurelia, you do notice this. This is almost a perfect copy of the imagery from the book.
Okay, so she can trace. Like it's not through the lack of hand-eye coordination. It's just she doesn't know the letters in her head.
You
So-
get the feeling if it wasn't for the crayon with its dull, fat tip, it would have been better.
Wow. Freaking what would a 20 be? Like it was perfect even with a crayon? Damn. Yeah,
Who knows?
it's just because she can't do from mental image to whatever, or she just can't read in the first place. It's not for lack of memory. It's not for lack of hand-eye coordination. That's really interesting.
But I think if she has the background, you know, that she probably was forced to like take art and shit like that. So
That's character development to potentially encounter in the future. But yeah, so in the future, if you ever do, if you are jotting this down for actually to use in the future, that's what'll affect it. It's a very very good copy of the images you saw.
Awesome.
Deraziel, roll a history check for me. I just realized something.
sure.
Given the environment that you're in, and since no context was made for any secrecy, I'm gonna say Deraziel overheard the murmuring of Vecna. You immediately feel like you're gonna vomit.
Oof.
It's the same thing with Aurelia. You don't know much about this name, but it is associated with darkness, a very, very dark entity.
Oh,
You don't know if it's
Oh,
demon.
God.
You don't know if it's a devil. You don't know if it's some dark god. You just know that it's almost like your divine blood, the divine blood inside of you itself, actually seems to be what's resonating with this. The whatever evil energy is attached to the utterances of this name, your very divine, essence is, meeting this resonance and immediately just reacting violently.
Out of character? No fucking kidding. I know exactly.
Yeah,
what
I
happened.
took 2 seconds of googling this and immediately went, nope, I don't want to know nothing about something like that. Uh-oh.
But yeah, I like clutch my stomach and kind of just like lean over, just like ugh.
If you're going to puke, please do not do it on the tables, please.
No, I should be good.
Please, I can clean up, but I prefer not to. You see, she kind of is like, you get the feeling she probably has a sympathetic gag reflex.
oh, like me. Got it.
All right. So with that, was there anything else that you all wanted to do with your research? Because again, you got the whole day here, and you get the feeling they probably wouldn't. You got the full day. If you don't take a bed, that's fine.
Yep,
We should have a rest.
Yep. Definitely nap time.
Jinx.
Yeah, no, that's she's just sort of, just in her favorite pastime of trying to learn. So
I will say this: as you all you do return the books, and she smiles and gratefully accepts them and hands them to an assistant or a fellow archivist who you didn't hear any other footsteps while you were reading, but apparently they were there, and they go about to seeing that the books are returned, and you're guided back out of the archives, and again through that weird series of hallways that they don't make sense, and the more you think about it, the more you start getting a headache and vertigo before eventually you come back out into the main hallway and that whole sensation fades, and you're guided to the similar space that Leaf was in the dormitory section, and towards what is likely, just like with Leaf, dormitories that have yet to be actually filled out, so just whatever is open. The rooms themselves are basically twin bedded, and that for each room there's 2 beds to each.
Alright, so I'm guessing guys with the guys and the girls with the girls.
If I don't mute myself. Was there anything else that anyone really wanted to do before you went to rest? Did you want to dwell on anything, speak at all before we do the nighty night, sleepy tight?
Draziel does say a prayer before he goes to bed.
Yeah, everyone's kind of strange, feels a little tingle at the base of their spine.
And he makes the prayer in celestial. Yeah.
And that's why there's a tingle.
Tingle.
Makes you feel better though. It fills you with that familiar warmth that whenever you would often make a prayer to comfort yourself, be it just in times of strife or just in an attempt to just reach a hand out.
you'll see maybe this time, something will happen. It's still a comforting norm that has followed you through your time as an adventurer.
I mean, at this point, Leaf's already probably asleep.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the movement, Deer would possibly be dead with how deep he is asleep. Jinx, Aurelia?
Nap time.
Appropriate. Jinx, I'm assuming the same?
Hmm?
Am I to assume
Jinx
Jinx
going
is the
to
same?
nap time.
Yeah, going to sleep.
Okay. All right. So as you all fall off to sleep, all of you, save for Draziel and Jinx, have a fairly sound sleep. Now, it's not to the point where you don't get restful, but Jinx, as you slip off to sleep, the memories of the Golden District, they stick with you. It was a weird echo of home, and that pulls a lot of emotions up. And echoes of your childhood, come to, from your numerous siblings, how all of them seem to have found some trade or practice or art that they went to pursue and just soared at. And as you came to age, nothing really stuck save for magic, which it seemed to find you more than you finding it. And it wasn't shunned, but it was a curiosity among your family. And oftentimes when you would try to learn and research about it, they would humor you. But oftentimes the humdrum monotony and high pace of the upper class often eclipsed that. Your father was always meeting other promising financial partnerships and ventures. Your siblings all frequently busy with their own duties. Your mother strangely distant by herself when not tending to your father and your family's needs. And again, it doesn't ruin your sleep, but it carries a weight in your stomach as you slumber. And that is your slumber. Draziel. The moment that you close your eyes, sleep meets you, but it's not the comforting dark embrace that you generally enjoy. It's not that peaceful slip off into just the weightlessness of unconsciousness as dreams take you. You're met with dreams, but that name echoes in your mind. Vecna. 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 And you immediately snap awake. You have no time it is, but it felt like that name was being screamed right in your ears. And cold sweat.
It's just standing
What was that?
there. Sorry.
He was kidding. He was kidding. It was
Okay.
like it was Jinx all along, just saying the name in his ear.
Okay.
He's just screaming Vecna at him.
I
So,
mean,
all right,
with
so
all things considering, Jinx is actually a really endearing character.
I know.
anyway, but as you wake up, you're drenched in a cold sweat, and looking around, you don't see anyone else with you. Nobody. Your room's totally empty, and before you're able to really, make any effort to get up or lay back down, you're immediately assaulted by these numerous grasping hands as this cold feeling starts to just overtake you. And the feeling is, it's like you're drowning. And that name just keeps resonating in your ears. And it's not like, this is a familiarity of a foe that long plagued your ancestors or something like that, but it's just that this name, it doesn't just relate to evil. Evil is a part of it. It's hard to explain, and in a way, your celestial heritage, it gives you an odd sense of comprehension in that
with every utterance of this name around you in that raspy, almost chorus-like multi-toned echo in this abyss that is spreading around you, your surroundings fading in their detail, until you feel like you're just floating in this black abyss. And off in the distance, it seems like a faint glow of this greenish energy almost. And it just gets brighter, brighter, and brighter, to the point where it's painful to look at, but you oddly can't look away, because every time you try to look away, it's like one of those floaters in your eyes. It just keeps seeming to keep inside of your eyesight. And as it starts just to become unbearable, you are engulfed by this otherworldly snarling as a massive hand comes to grip you and squeezes and threatens to, it feels like it's squeezing the very life out of you as this glowing green light draws closer, and this orb of light grows larger and larger and larger, and right as you feel like you're about to breathe your last breath, your lungs being squeezed, your ribs cracking, your very soul seeming to squirm and just scream out practically.
So I'm like lying in bed still as this is happening, eh?
Yeah, you woke up
Sitting up
first
in bed.
and you were still a dream, and then you got pulled into darkness.
I got my long rest benefits though, right?
Yeah, and just as you feel like you're about to, like the death is essentially pulling you into its dark embrace, you finally wake up, and this feels normal, but you still feel those hands that were grabbing at you. It's almost like you have this tracer in your vision of where that green light just burned in front of you as you looked out into that empty abyss, and there's still that claustrophobic, crushing feeling of that grip around you.
Oh, yeah.
As
he's out of, like, kind of out of breath, breathing heavily at this point.
you are drenched in sweat, you're panting, and because it feels like you've just been squeezed by this like evil itself. But you do wake up. You're rested, not pleasantly rested, but you're rested. And so meets a new day. As you all awaken, some a more pleasant slumber than others, and collectively recuperated and more alive.
More alive.
There we go.
Interesting choice of words.
And you have more health, so you're more alive.
Yeah.
With that, eventually, the soft rap of Knuckles upon your collective doors. No one comes in, but you get the feeling it's likely a, morning call, time to wake up, and
Fuck out.
depending on your perception. But pleasantly enough, there is a tray of basic foodstuffs provided to you. You have no idea how these got in here. Doors were supposedly locked from the inside, but they're there. And it's basic breads, bread, cheese, some milk and water, basic like sprouts and like I guess morning veggies. I don't know what that would be.
Huh.
Pretty much that.
So, Santa.
Leaf appreciates that. There is no.
I appreciate it, but I locked my door for a reason. So the only logical explanation is Santa Claus is now giving out bread.
Yes, the ancient fate.
The only answer for Doger's huh?
Yes, the ancient archfey Klaus Claus.
God.
I kind of want to put that in my world now.
Bread giving Santa?
Yes, you wake up, the food, it's not fancy, but it's filling. It's actually rather nice. The cheese, it's got a good sharp bite to it. The bread is soft, but it's got that nice crunchy crust to it. The veggies are rather fresh. It actually reminds you, Leaf, of like when you would straight up, when the foragers would come back in your, not your tribe, but your herd. Like,
It's funny because it's right.
Sorry. It's got that nice refreshing.
I mean, he's like basically like, you know, Native American type, whatever, you know.
People.
Oh.
Yeah. What?
Oh. Oh.
Just
Uh, the food is good.
Just keep digging yourself deeper, Roy.
Food, food tastes good. Make belly full. Yay. There. Just put it in your head. And the knock on the door again. Not forceful, but definitely audible.
I believe this is the first time we've sat down and had some food together.
Yeah.
I think
Likely. Although, again, there's, you know, 2 pairs of you in 2 rooms.
yeah, it's Leaf with Draxiel.
It's like a dorm, you know. There's 2
Yeah.
beds in each room, and there's 2.
And Jaziel sits down and has the food, and during the course of eating the meal, he does not say a single word. Instead, he is deep in thought. Also, I must point out that at this point, like, he has never taken off a piece of his armor. None of you have really seen his face. For this meal, he takes his helmet off, and Leaf sees the scarring around his eyes and mouth. Also, the fact that he has long, flowing blonde hair. He kind of looks like Arthas from World of Warcraft before he became the Lich King.
Where
Also,
does he put it all? In the hell?
Doger, in that case, roll me a Constitution check.
Okay.
Sleep in your armor, not the most comfortable. You just gotta beat a 5.
Oh no, it's not.
I guess this is the question on did he actually go to sleep in his armor?
Okay, you're fine. Yeah, there's a chance. But keep in mind, if you go to sleep in your clothes, even if it be armor and your gear, you're sleeping with your gear on, so it's not going to be the most comfortable.
Usually
there's a slim
sleeps
chance
with
for
his armor.
proper rest.
I'm sorry, Royce spoke over you. Say again, Doger.
Draziel usually sleeps in his armor because he's self-conscious about the scarring.
Okay.
That is perfectly fine. Just keep in mind, it's you just got to beat a 5, but it's a Constitution saving throw. Got to beat a 5, and you know if you don't meet it, you don't get a long rest for that. You only get a what effective short rest.
Okay. Okay. Noted. Noted.
Think anything of it, and you know, this isn't like that's not something that's new to him. Like he knows a lot of people with scars on their faces. It just he does, you know, he just looks at them and then continues.
Like this is like distinctive scarring, and it almost looked like light is like behind it, like kind of seeping out of the scars.
I mean, he's not gonna. He's Fey. He's not gonna think anything of it. He just.
Yeah.
It to him that's like, oh, whatever. Like
And the
obviously
moment
there's something magical going on. Like.
and the moment Draziel finishes eating, he puts his helmet back on.
I mean, he's not going to question anything. He's just gonna eat his food. The only thing he's probably going to ask is, you know, he probably notices that he hasn't really spoke any, being as, you know, you're like as far as he's known Draziel, he, you know, like at least he I guess he it's not that he likes to hear himself talk, but I mean, he's not to shy away of like starting a conversation.
No.
But he hasn't started a conversation, so he just asks, "Is everything okay? Are you all right? Is everything okay?"
I seem to have had a quite disturbing dream last night. It put me in a weird spot. I'm not exactly sure how to explain it, but I didn't feel exactly pleasant waking up. And yet, it's odd. I feel like it has something to do with whatever that book that Jinx found yesterday.
Fucking
I'd
Leaf.
rather not repeat the name, though.
Leaf's just like, you do not have I imagining Jinx found something she shouldn't have, and yeah, like Leaf has been around Jinx long enough.
Fucking, I imagine Leaf's like, oh, you should have seen the time. You should have seen the time she found a book that possessed her arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's basically what he's referencing. But there's always trouble when Jinx is around because she's always causing trouble. So,
She means
I didn't say that.
He's like, well, all things considering, it seems she means well. She's not trying to endanger anybody or... Just an interesting one, that's for sure.
She is very interesting, but quite dangerous, especially with her fire.
Power is dangerous.
Yeah,
She'll learn how to control it.
God, she's fucking 17 and she still doesn't know how to control it.
The unfortunate nature of sorcerers.
Specifically wild magic.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, man, dragon just should have fucked your mom. Would have been so much easier to deal with.
But Leaf just basically is like, I understand about having disturbing dreams. I have them quite often, but you kind of get used to them. I'm not going to pry too much on the whole matter.
I'm not sure if I could ever get used to something like this.
But Leaf, he gets into his item bag, his little pouch, his little whatever, and like he takes part of the rope, cuts it with, I don't know, a tip of an arrow or whatever. He cuts off maybe like, I don't know, like a small portion, but he kind of like does something to it to turn it into like a, you know, good luck, or like a, you know, something to bring his spirits up. Something that Mother taught him, you know, kind of just like, you know, yeah, something like that. And he hands it to Draziel, and he said, he basically just told him, you know, here, have this. It will drive the bad spirits or whatever away. Like, you just the bad, whatever is making you feel this way, it'll drive it away.
He takes it and he thanks you very much. Thank you. This means a lot to me. I mean, I've only just started traveling with you guys, and yet you've taken me in so unreluctantly. It means a lot to me, honestly.
Leaf just, he smiles at him sweetly, and he's like, well, you helped us. I don't have any reason to think anything of you otherwise. You helped us and you fought with us. So, in my tribe, when that happens, that is, you know, a sign of good and companionship.
Companionship. It is nice.
Alright, with that, we will cross over into the Femme Fatale duo, Jinx and Aurelia. Well, Femme Fatale Uno.
Oof.
I don't know what that means.
Fatal Woman 1, instead of a duo, it's a single. Jinx is the fatal one. Haha.
Yeah, and that's why I said oof.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Congratulations, you are more lethal than me. I can't be a femme fatale yet. We will change that in a couple levels.
Oh boy.
Just make sure you actually have the health to support it.
You know
Anyway,
what? You know what, asshole? Because of that, I know what I'm picking next level. Thanks. I'm immediately going for animate objects. Now you're going to have to deal with 5 billion frickin' sudden summon rolls. They all have their own initiative. Have fun with this, asshole.
I'm gonna ask you as your friend. Don't do that.
Yeah, wait till I have
Yeah.
third
Our
level
battles
spell
last
slot.
long enough as is. We don't need to add that on.
Okay, foresight and desires aside, is there any kind of interaction that Jinx and Aurelia wish to share?
Well, it's very clear that Jinx is also still in a foul mood this morning.
Well, Aurelia's going to look at you and go, you want to... you want to burn all the people in the Gold District.
You have no idea.
Unfortunately, we currently can't get away with that. Do not worry. If for whatever reason that changes, go ahead. But for now, we'll have to do things more quietly.
Yeah, that's why you're the teacher.
Yep. So just keep following teacher's lead, and they'll get their comeuppance. I'll think of something.
Good. Place makes me very uncomfortable.
That we can agree on.
A small handful of interactions and immediately just massive murder.
You said that I'm not the femme fatale. I must correct this immediately.
Yes, and at that day, Aurelia suddenly had a spark of bloodlust never before felt within her.
Really?
Well,
Human
I would like to.
You weren't
reiterate-
around for it, Doger. It was really
Hold on.
awkward for most of the place.
Hold on, Anthony was saying something. Hold on.
I would like to reiterate that Jinx, for all intents and purposes, is a blank canvas. She's chaotic neutral.
Mm-hmm.
She could, depending on the influences around her, she could go from one, and she could tip on either side, either way on the good or evil spectrum.
Yep.
She's effectively a blank canvas.
Well, hopefully the teacher influence. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, with Leaf being the way he is, I am surprised she has not picked up on some of that. So.
Chaotic neutral more in the regard of disregard for law.
So, yeah, I'm hopefully trying to instill through the teacher role that you can hate laws and restraints and still have a personal plan. So we'll see how that goes.
Jinx continues on. She goes, "Yeah, no, this place reminds me of home, and I left home for a reason."
Same.
You guys around the same height?
Not even close.
No,
Aurelia's I'm sorry?
Jinx is shorter than Aurelia, but not by much.
Okay.
Aurelia's, I don't know how I would describe it, normal anime girl height, whatever that
But
is.
you're both
5'7",
human, right?
Jinx is 5 foot nothing, if that.
Okay.
Aurelia is a tiefling technically, but very well hidden in her features.
Yes.
Okay.
They're there, but they're subtle enough that I can hide them easily.
Oh, sorry, no, she's 4'9".
Okay, we get it. She's small.
I was about to say, darn, if you were
You're almost-
four something, then you would be a legal midget in the U.S. I learned that
Oh,
recently.
Okay, moving on.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Hey.
We'll wake up. Is there anything else Jinx and Aurelia wish to exchange? Jinx and Aurelia. Only Jinx and Aurelia.
Given the fact that we went off on that tangent, probably not.
Okay. Y'all wake up, you eat, you're rested, and you're fed. And eventually, another set of knocks do occur. For you eventually, I'm assuming, do vacate your dorms.
Yep.
Okay. Waiting outside, if with some slightly eerie symmetry, are two of those same black-cloaked individuals who are just waiting patiently right next to each other with... They're actually twins. Twin elves. They're waiting with both of you. Both males. And,
wait, you say in front of Aurelia or in front of everyone's rooms? I'm just...
Both of your rooms. There's two rooms. One room holds two people, and there's two people waiting at the entrance of both of those rooms. So like at the midpoint
So
in
it's
the
two
hall.
separate twins?
No, it's two people who are twins.
Okay, because
So one person standing in one door and the other standing on the other.
okay,
Or,
'cause you were saying there was two people in front of your room, and I'm like,
I swear, if this is Ram and Rem, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Who?
Exactly.
Good.
Ram.
Who? Good.
So, as you open your door,
Subaru.
Shut up.
you're both met with the same statement. Hello, I am here to be your escort. And it's a weird stereo sound because both speak in the same tone at
Oh.
the same time.
Okay, so they're twinsy twins. Okay, maybe I should have went with Ram and Rem.
she sees Christian, and she goes, "Oh, cool, mirror image." I didn't know
Yeah,
about
no
that.
kidding.
Aha, an attempt at a joke that is amusing.
What?
I understand we are to escort you off the premises, considering your current stay has finished, unless you wish to speak with the high, high enchantress. They kind of glitch for a bit.
Or,
Listen, if you're both gonna talk in tandem, stand next to each other so I'm not hearing it in stereo.
what's stereo? Also, no, I think we're going.
Very well, do follow us. And they both walk off, and then immediately start walking side by side in exact tandem, very eerily. And same, same
No.
appearance. What was that?
You know, given my real life knowledge about how elves work in 5th edition, that's scary, and I have too many things that this could be that I don't want to talk about.
Okay, DM Darkon, I need you to go away.
Yeah, he's not
Gamer,
helping right
yep.
now.
Player Darkon, come back. So anyway, yeah, they escort you out, and it's pretty much same surroundings. Since it's earlier in the morning, the hallways are more animated. There's a heavier din of just students and teachers going about their day, going to their classes and their lectures. And as you come to the main walkway with the main doors open, way off in the distance, you see what looks to be an airship on the exact same landing platform,
Oh.
in the exact same position it was when it landed, maybe?
Oh.
Very, very animated looking about airship captain
Oh.
of a very familiar sort.
Oh god, that's right. We're experiencing the Dogre now.
Captain Ebenezer is currently awaiting you, as requested.
Ebenezer? Huh.
Oh god.
Could you do a real quick rehash rundown of the condition of the airship for Dogre's sake?
Airship is not run down in shambles, but it's in disrepair. And with airships being very expensive and very not a super luxury, but rich people and businesses generally the only ones who can afford it. It's not a very common thing for someone who's not super rich to afford, and those who can afford it can generally afford to maintain it. This isn't the case, and the person owning it is essentially a mixture between Quark from Ratchet and Clank, and again, the guy, I can't recall his name from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, the guy who lied about everything because he was so awesome. That guy.
Oh. I thought that was, I didn't think that was Chamber of Secrets. I thought that was one of the other movies.
Chamber of Secrets. That's Tom Riddle.
No, Tom Riddle was Snape. Or no, Snape. Voldemort.
No, he's thinking about the dude that was pretending to be like all fucking that and
Watch it.
Like,
Yeah.
It's the blonde dude that is from Chamber of Secrets.
oh, I thought it was from like one of the other
I forget. He wrote some stupid ass book and Ron's
he
mom.
turned Harry's arm into a noodle. Like
Yeah,
Gilderoy Lockhart. That was his name. Gilderoy Lockhart.
The third movie is Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah. Okay. We're getting off track here. Okay, so the captain is essentially a mix between Core from Ratchet and Clank and Gilderoy Lockhart from Chamber of Secrets.
He thinks he's all that, and he offered me a ride up like whatever feet this is for like a bajillion dollars, and then we all laughed at it.
it was 100 platinum or platinum.
100 platinum he asked eventually, and you eventually haggled him down
Yeah.
to 80 gold.
Mm-hmm. He's an idiot we're currently taking advantage of because it's funny.
You get the feeling he's not so much an idiot as he is desperate and likely a poor judge of character.
No,
Mhm.
he's an idiot.
So he's an idiot.
And this is coming from Jinx. He's an idiot.
Well, he's competent enough to operate an airship, which is no easy task, so he's not a complete idiot.
He's an
Yeah,
idiot.
well,
He's an
yeah.
idiot with the driver's license. Got it.
So most of America.
Most of America. All right, so we go up to most of America, idiot, and we say, "Hi, are you good?" Okay. Damn it, Aurelia. Stop making fun of him. We're not breaking the thing yet.
Okay.
I wave eagerly, with with semi-gritted teeth.
And it doesn't take long for him to spot you, and he lights up a little bit, almost like a puppy seeing a familiar face after waiting very long, and you get the feeling he didn't leave where he landed.
Oh no! Was he here the entire time?
Maybe. And as he waves back to you, a student looks between both of you. Has he been waiting for you? This guy was waiting here all night. Kind of depressing, actually.
Yeah,
Did you
Jinx-
make him wait here all night? What the?
No, that's not what we told him to do. No.
Yeah, Jinx looks at the student and goes, yeah, he's an idiot.
I mean, he's got his own airship, so he can't be too much of an idiot. Anyway,
He's
Oh, yeah.
idiocy, but mostly desperation, I guess, at this point. I'll end
Yes.
this.
students walked away by now, but yeah, Captain Gelram again, and Dover's name is Ebenezer Gelram. He goes by Captain Gelram.
Right.
Gelram is quickly waving to you. Hello! Good to see you once more. As promised, I managed to squeeze you into my busy schedule.
Good morning, Captain.
That's that's very impressive. I thought we were gonna have to use this little rock of yours and call you up, but you
Uh-huh.
knew
I thought
you
so.
knew exactly when we were going to arrive at the doorstep.
Aurelia, make an Arcana check real quick.
No.
Oh boy, what is this rock?
It's not actually anything. It's just a rock.
Oh, please tell me it's nothing.
It looks like a whisper rock, but the glyph doesn't look quite right, and it's not glowing. You get the feeling this is likely a purchase from a shoddy merchant who said it was so, and
Mm-hmm.
it may work.
Congratulations, you have it added to the 1 point to the idiocy part.
Yeah. So as you get closer, Captain Gellam, he's standing by the captain's wheel, waving, beaming, hair brilliantly coiffed and blowing in the breeze, almost with an Azamar level of lightness to it.
Well, in that case, with the information of me looking at the rock for the first time, I'm gonna chime in. It's probably a good thing too. I was a little worried with the rune on this being a little crooked if it would work at all. I hope you didn't get bamboozled, scammed on this.
I mean, I try to make my sources as reliable as possible, but even a monkey falls out of a tree. Anyway, I do hope you've many places to go. I have managed to clear my calendar out for the entire day just for you. But don't worry, I shan't go hungry today. I shall be able to find plenty of work. If you do not need my services, do not worry about me.
Oh, good. We were gonna find another way out anyway.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Jinx calling his bluff.
Oh.
You see a brief crack, but he quickly reassumes. Haha, very funny. I do love a good joker. I like all of you. Anyway, where are we off to today? I do hope if you are requiring my services.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, is the really the only airfield is the place like whatever directly below us or however you described it.
Several thousand feet below the Trist Academy. It's a good feet away because the Trist Academy is in the middle of Shimmersilt Lake.
Okay.
And if you see on the map, it's in the middle, and Artelia is here. So it's a
Okay.
good distance away. It's
Yeah.
not small.
All right. Yeah. We just need to Get back to Artelia, find our mage friend, figure out what next step is. Also
mages,
find Uncle again.
Mages, the wonderful arcane elite of the world. How I respect them. Anyway, off we go. Is there any other place you need to be, or is it simply point A to point B?
I don't think that they would have assembled enough of an army to march on Bexley right away. So...
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, in that case, it would just be... But on one regard, I also don't want this idiot to starve, so I don't want to give him hope on, like, wait right here and we'll be back. Because him dying of starvation because he's an idiot would not help.
You do know what
This guy would be like Fry's dog without the sympathy.
Yeah, I don't want to even have to think about that.
You do notice the captain's jacket he was wearing yesterday, one of the tassels on the right shoulder, some of them are now missing.
Oh?
So he is in big trouble.
So, are we flying now or no?
Yep. Just take us to Aurelia.
Wonderful! All aboard the Golden Dragon!
It was the Silver Dragon yesterday.
Oh, it was the Golden Dragon.
No, it was the Golden Dragon.
Bronze Dragon?
When I heard silver.
Okay.
No, it was the Dragon.
But it's gonna be the...
I like you. You're funny.
It's going to be the Silver Dragon if he keeps making poor decisions.
But yeah, y'all get aboard, and it's a similar process. The large crystals helping in levitation, humming that deep, bassy, molar resonating frequency before eventually fading, and you take it to the air, gazing down upon Artelia. From this distance, you actually do note from the Bronze District, where the general industry, heavy industry is, of great increase in the columns of smoke and steam coming from the various manufactoriums over there.
We're getting ready for war.
Yeah, and generally they haven't ramped up in quite a while since previous considerable clashes.
Does Captain Friend notice this?
No, he is currently looking off and onto the horizon. You don't know if he's genuinely looking around, trying to pose and look cool as a captain, or a little lost in thought. But he is operating, he is steering and pulling levers and maintaining altitude.
Well, he's good enough at this one aspect of life that he can do it while being absent-minded and not crash. That's finally something in his favor.
Yeah, and again, it is a very smooth trip. You know, there's no he manages the altitude just fine. The speed is smooth. There's no jerks, jitters, or hiccups in the levitation. So he's taking care of this in some sense of the word. Just not the prettiest pig in the trough.
God, he reminds me so much of the freaking Blue Mage Quest. Brilliant man, idiot with money.
I would like to question, do you need me drop off back in the Gold District, or do you need to drop off in another district?
Oh, we have options. That was actually something I was going to kind of direct to. What district was the closest one to Malados?
Malados was in the Silver District, so the Silver District.
Yes. So specifically the Silver District, we have to meet a friend here for... You know what? If he's not noticing, I'll bring it up, because...
Okay.
Again, I told the plan to the rest of the group, but Dilger, to get you up to speed on this. So my current thing is, one, I see a plot hook here, and I want to take it, and this looks like an interesting side story that we can do as we do everything else. And the benefit of this plot hook is, hey, if we make this buddy friend our friend, and we help him out with his troubles and punch the dumb out of him, now we have an airship and an airship captain. So that will help a lot. So I'm trying to find specifics on what he's in trouble in, if finances are just whatnot, and see if it's salvageable or at least make friends with him a bowl.
I mean,
That's my plan.
Insight that he's probably not going to divulge that barefaced. You're probably going to have to, wear him down and either endear yourself to him, or just basically say, you're a bullshitter. Tell me now, or bad stuff. I will feed you to Jinx.
Oh, don't worry.
I would gladly do it.
Both options are great. The Jinx option is dangerous because I have to get him away from unfortunate casualties. The other subtlety method is great because
Fucking-
1, that's my character, and 2, I bought a thing just for this occasion. So now I just need to figure out how to get him to drink it.
You suddenly looks thirsty. No.
No, we don't have time to do.
you
Well, I'm looking at the
hydrated.
clock.
You
We don't
should
have time to
some.
do that right now.
No. But so are you gonna request? Because you do
Yeah.
you do recall you saw Malados near the guard barracks in the Silver District, which
Yeah.
it's pretty centralized. It's near one of the main roads going into Bexley, so
Yeah,
it's like
so-
the center location.
Yeah. So I let him know. Somewhere in the closest spot you can touch down in the Silver District.
Of course, do not worry.
Because things are going crazy. I mean, look at all the smoke from the Bronze Dixers right now. All the arms and armaments getting ready for what we're gonna have to deal with eventually. Oh boy.
You must be. My goodness, am I not the most fortunate captain to be ferrying, well, no doubt, potential heroes among the lands?
To be,
You have no freaking idea the stuff
Mhm.
we have.
you haven't heard much from Breezeholm and Bexley lately, have you? Things are insane over there, and soon there's going to be a march.
Yes,
And, we
what
we
hap-
might
what
need
happened in
assistance.
Bexley?
We might
Uh,
need assistance when that comes.
I had a brother in Bexley. What seems to be happening there?
He's probably dead.
No,
What?
don't. We
What?
saved a lot. We saved a lot of people. Are you kidding me? Where was he in Bexley?
I might have on that.
Which one was the place? Which one was the place where that?
Breezeholm was
Right.
the place that was ripperonied before we got to start. Bexley is the place we
okay,
just
never
saved.
mind, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm getting my places mixed up.
If he's from Breezeholm, Helm, he's probably gone. If it's Bexley, we probably saved his life yesterday.
Yeah, he said Bexley.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting my places mixed up.
Yep, no problem. But yeah, if he's from Bexley, where was he in Bexley?
Oh, he was a cattle farmer in Bexley.
The
Did it get
entire the
oh, no,
entire
orcs attack again.
yeah, the entire population increase in Artelia right now is because we just had to save pretty much as we could from Bexley. You should after this job, if you have a really good relationship with your brother, you should probably go and ask around, because we just had to evacuate all of Bexley. That's what yesterday was. That's why everything was crazy.
Oh God. Oh,
Hey, fly the ship.
Jerry.
Fly the ship. We got everyone around us got out.
He's starting to slowly hyperventilate. Hyperventilate.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go over to him. I'm gonna go over to him. Put my hands on his shoulders. Hey, fly the ship. We got everyone next to us in Bexley went to the center,
Okay.
and we had a mage teleport them all out. Everyone that I could see was saved.
Okay.
And then Jinx goes, and you'll be happy to know that the things that did it to them, well, let's just say they're not moving very effectively. And she makes a small fireball in her hand to accentuate the point.
We got everybody out. Everyone that we saw. So
Well-
all the farmers were told to get into the middle. All the people outside was told to get into Bexley, and then we got them out.
Well, that's a relief. He's like, he's trying to like talk past that lump in his throat.
Mhm.
Surely I can help spread word of your deeds among my many far travels. What do you call yourselves?
All right, guys.
Uh,
Yes, Worthy immediately turns around. Guys, we need a name now.
Still working on it. Well, I'll call you the Heroic Five.
Oh god.
How's that sound?
Oh god, my meme of the Fantastic Five is happening.
He doesn't know there's 5 of us.
Yeah. Wait, 5? How did you
have
get
no
5?
idea where he got that number.
Oh no!
Is he counting
The-
cream?
He picked
Well-
5 at random. Oh, that's
Is he
even
counting
worse.
cream?
Maybe.
Okay.
He's
he
counting.
picked creep.
Yeah, Jinx goes. Jinx, you see Jinx kind of pulling up her hand. She's counting on her fingers.
God, we've dealt with
Wait.
so many. We dealt with demons and undead. What's something like Demon Slayer type of thing? We need a
Hey,
real
you guys
name.
You guys really haven't established your identity after all that you've done so far.
Well,
That's something that
we've never
typically
needed
comes up.
we never needed a reputation until now, but now it's starting to be, hey, we need to use this as a thing on like, we're so and so, show us dude the demons, we'll fix it. Whoa, what happened? I said the word demons and everything got bad.
Yes, the air suddenly grows cold.
Oh
Very
my
cold. And you see off in the general direction of Bexley. You can't really see it as it kind of starts spreading into the horizon of the forest that eventually, encompass the main roadway there. You see dark clouds start to gather. No other clouds in the sky, but dark clouds are starting to gather over Bexley.
So it begins already.
Yes. And we're going to end it there for tonight.
What do you think of a damn name?
Yep. Well, we have all the way until our next session to actually workshop names.
So, with that little cliffhanger on beat, was there any closing announcements that we needed to make before we send our lovelies off to bed or their various evening pleasures?
Nope.
We have a
Hit the
Discord.
bell icon.
We have a Discord. We have a Patreon. YouTube's currently screwed up really bad. The bell icon will help a lot.
Links are in the description. all
We
that
had a
good
comment
stuff.
today. We had a comment today where the dude was like, I randomly decided to visit your channel after a while since I hadn't seen anything, and I find out you guys have put out 2 Log Horizon episodes. What the fuck, YouTube?
Yeah.
Damn.
Ring the bell.
The bell is currently the most common way to fix YouTube problems. If you're not seeing our content, the bell fixes 90% of that.
And now there's like different levels to the bell, so make sure you click it so that there's like the 2 little brackets on each side.
Yeah. And if you're worried about weird stuff getting posted, we usually, again, we have a Discord. Things are posted on the Discord. We don't use pretty much ever the YouTube post system, and very often, if at all ever. So if you're worried about spam, the bell is going to be just videos because we upload just videos. So there's no stress about that. Other than that, thanks for joining us.
Indeed.
So Tony,
All right, hope to see you all next time. In the meantime, stay safe.
Tony,
What?
you gay, and I love you.